Ready?
Okay, we're live.
Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting, please, of the audio, it's an audio and video conference board meeting of the Policy Audit Committee of the Board of Trustees, HCISD, held on this evening of December the 8th. And now agenda item number 2 is the discussion of the 2019-2020 independent audit, and our presenter will be Mr. Julio Cavazos, please.
Thank you, Ms. Maria, Dr. Cavazos, committee members. So agenda item number 2 is to discuss, the annual financial report, and we have Quentin Anderson and Matt Montemayor, partners for Cars, Rick, and Ingram, to go over the annual financial audit that ended June 30th, 2020. This report is due to TA, by the end of January. We did get a 2-month extension from TA due to the COVID situation that we had. But I'm going to hand it over to Quentin. He has a PowerPoint he's going to go over. So, Quentin.
Okay, so I'm gonna come back, share my screen. Can everybody see that PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Very well, thank you.
So we've made a PowerPoint to help summarize the comprehensive annual financial report. It's nearly 200 pages long, and I've tried to pull out from the report things that would be relevant and easy to talk about. So I'm hoping that you have also with you either your bound copy of the report or a PDF copy of the report that you might be able to go along with, but this is a summarized presentation. So what we're going to go over today is information within the CAFR. First thing that we'd want to point out, you guys have received for the 10th consecutive year the GFOA certificate for excellence in financial reporting, and that's included within the CAFR. And it's important to note. It seems like you've had this forever, but your transmittal says it's 10 years, and it's something to be proud of. You guys have done a good job in terms of financial reporting. You'll be submitting this report to the GFOA, and you anticipate that it too will qualify. So also included in the packet is our independent auditors report, and on pages 17 to 22, the independent auditors report talks about our role as independent auditor and your role as management and board members, and the independent auditor's report is an unmodified opinion. It says that the financial statements fairly present the financial position, results of and changes in financial position for the past fiscal year. And as Julio mentioned, this is for the period of June 30th, 2020. We will look at a little bit of comparative information for the period ending June 30, 2019. It'll be off a little bit because in 2019 you changed year ends, and so we're looking at, in operations, we're looking at a 10-month period of time compared to a 12-month period of time for 2020. So there'll be a little bit of reason why the stats are off. We're going to look at net position and changes in net position and your governmental fund balances and your general fund balance and revenues and expenditures in those governmental funds and in the general fund. We'll look at some capital asset activity and long-term debt and some information associated with your pension and OPEB liabilities. So we'll also talk about the compliance part of the annual financial audit, and there's reports that have been issued dealing with controls over financial reporting and compliance, and also dealing specifically with each major federal program that was required to be tested during the current year in accordance with uniform guidance. And so those reports, like the independent auditors, they reflect favorably on the district. There aren't any matters of significant deficiencies or material weaknesses that were identified during our audit process, and there were no significant matters of noncompliance either. So that's equally important as the financial information, and that's summarized in the report too. So again, page 11 in your bound CAFR has the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. And so, and it's for the past fiscal year, for a 10-month period, June 30th, and it means that the information you compiled within your disclosures, met all the extended requirements of the Government Finance Officers Association, which is above and beyond the minimum requirements for disclosure, and so it's important because your bond counsel and outside parties look at your financial statements and evaluate the condition of of the district. And there's a lot of information included in it because it's a CAFR, a lot of statistical information, a lot of demographic information about number of personnel and number of students and tax valuations of your property and property tax levies over past 10 fiscal years. So a lot of additional information that wouldn't ordinarily be in a financial report. So we look at table 1 on the PowerPoint, and if you look at page 27 in your comprehensive annual financial report, this is drawn from management's discussion and analysis. And it's a very summarized presentation showing total assets and liabilities of the district, and then net position, which is the difference between those assets and liabilities. And overall assets were $330 million, didn't change a whole lot from the prior year at $325. You've got $234 million in capital assets, about the same each year. And what we'll see when we look at some capital asset disclosures is that there were additions to capital assets, almost $13 million, but there was also depreciation and some completed projects that kind of made it look like there were no changes. But you did complete some big capital projects and had some equipment acquisitions and brought on some new buses that under capital lease that you started in the prior year. So that'll be reflected in the capital asset activity. Your long-term liabilities, we'll see all of your bonds payable and your long-term debt, the net pension liabilities, which are large, it's $62 million, and OPEB liabilities. OPEB is a fancy way of saying healthcare benefits you provide to employees after they retire. So other post-employment benefits other than pension, and that's equally as large, $76 million. So again, your net position consists of your investment in capital assets. There's some restricted net position, and the unrestricted net position is reflected as negative because of the large pension liabilities and OPEB liabilities. But your total net position is $8.8 million. We'll see how it changed from $13.6 million when we look at the next chart. This is a very summarized presentation, consolidated presentation of the changes in net position for the district for all of your governmental activities. And it comes from page 29 in the CAFR. And it also comes from page 38, a little more detailed information in the CAFR. But this summarized presentation, hoping you can see those numbers. So it's $242 million in revenues for June 30th, 2020. And again, if we look at the prior year, which is $211 million, that's distorted because that was for a 10-month period of time. You converted fiscal years in the prior year. And then your expenditures were $247 million in the current year. So you spent, on a consolidated basis, about $4.7 million more than your revenues in the current year. And the expenditures in the prior year were about $202 million. Again, that's for a 10-month period. Net position grew in the 10-month period at June 30, 2019, while it declined in the current period because of revenues versus expenditures. So this is a table on page 32 of your CAFR, and also on page 39 of the CAFR. There's some. It shows your governmental fund balances, which total about $60 million, and in the prior year they were about $63 million. So you see a $2.5 to nearly $3 million decline in fund balances in all governmental funds. We're going to look at the debt service, at the general fund in a moment, but you still have $11.8 million in debt service fund balance and a $42 million overall unassigned fund balance for all funds. If we look specifically at those governmental funds, this is from page 39, Exhibit C1 in the CAFR. We'll see that your general fund has $42 million of unassigned fund balance. Your total governmental funds have that same $42 million, but an overall $60.9 million in fund balance. That includes your special revenue funds and your debt service fund. And so, but you have a good healthy total fund balance in your general fund of $47 million, unassigned fund balance of $42 million, with $3.9 million designated for retirement of long-term debt. We put that into perspective in terms of expenditures. If you look at the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance for these governmental funds. This is from page 41 in the CAFR, and it'll show you at $184 million in general fund revenues, state program revenues being fairly significant, and local and intermediate revenues. Most of that is represented by property taxes, and then some federal program revenues in the general fund. But your total expenditures were $188 million, and so in the general fund you spent about $3.6 million more than your revenues, and you budgeted for all of that. If we looked at your budget comparison, you'll see that you anticipated that in your budget. You did have there's $2 million in capital leases. Those were some buses that you had ordered that were placed in service during the current fiscal period. You got some in the previous year, but you also brought in the final amounts of about $2 million in capital leases on buses. And so your general fund balance actually, with that financing source, only dropped by $1.7 million from 49.3 to 47.6. So you can put that in perspective in relation to a $188 million kind of annual operating budget. You have $47 million in general fund reserves. So this column, called the CARES Act, ESSER grant fund, that's elementary and secondary school emergency relief grant funds. This is COVID-19 funds. That's a new program in the current year. We hope we never have to have it again. But you drew down $6.3 million in that program, very large program, as part of our single audit, part of our compliance audit during the current year, and one of your larger programs. And then you also have another $43 million in other funds, some $32 million, which is federal, some other state revenues of $4.1 million, and $6.7 million in local revenues. A lot of that is property taxes for debt service. So total revenues, all your governmental funds, $235 million. And expenditures were $239. And then you dropped there's a deficiency of about $4.6 million when you compare those revenues and expenses. This activity looks like a lot of activity in terms of other financing sources. It makes you feel like you went out and borrowed a lot of money, but when we look at the debt disclosures, you'll see that what you actually did was refunded a very significant amount of debt. And so you brought in $76 million, and you used that to pay off, I think, the 2010 Series A and B debt. We'll see that in, actually, if we looked at page 68 and 69, we'll see that. We'll flip to some charts that will show that in a few minutes. So. And then the other debt activity, again, was the capital leases. So the only new debt was the capital leases. The rest was a large refunding transaction, which brought you some cash flow savings. So, this is your budget. If you went back to page 98 in Exhibit G1 in the CAFR, you're required, obviously, as you know, as a board, to adopt an annual budget prior to the expenditure of funds and to amend that budget throughout the year. And so you anticipated in your final amended budget about $188 million in revenues. You ended up with $184 million. We hadn't originally anticipated COVID-19 coming along and state program funds being reduced and replaced by some of those ESSER grant funds. Then you originally budgeted for $186 million in expenditures and amended your budget to include $202 million, and part of that is in facilities acquisition and construction activity, and your actual expenditures were $188 million. So, but there are no areas of any consequence where you're over budget by any significant amount when you compare the budget that you approved and that you amended to your actual expenditures. So. This is a recap of capital assets. When we were looking, I'll jump back with you. when we were back on the table one summary of assets and liabilities, so capital assets were over $234 million, and it didn't look like they changed by very much. This recap will show you that again, you had $10 million in construction activity. You saw that in your capital outlay on that budget presentation. Some projects were completed and they were transferred to completed projects. You had another $3.5 million in equipment acquired. And so that $13 million kind of in additions was offset by another $13 million in depreciation. So there's really not much of a net change in capital assets on your balance sheet from one year to the next. $234 million at the end of both periods. So not a big change. This comes from note 2 and page 68 in the CAP. There's a lot of detail in that regard. And this is a recap of long-term debt, which we just talked about. And so again, it looks like you had a lot of new debt, $63 million in additions, but that went up here to refund the 2010 Series A and B debt. So it was almost kind of a swap of debt, and you did that. There's some very significant disclosures in the financial statements to talk about all of that. It's kind of a fairly complex transaction, but kind of commonplace in terms of districts and other governments looking at opportunities to reduce debt service and have some savings. So this $63 million addition is offset by some refunding that took place. It includes some premiums on those debt. The equipment financing, those are the buses that we talked about for the most part. And then you made all of your regular payments on long-term debt. This comes right out of page 69 in note 2 in the CAPR. So, and there's a detailed description on each of those debts and amortization schedules on all of that long-term debt. So you know how long it's going to take to pay it all back. I put this in the template for presentation simply because it's a very significant dollar amount of liability. But we saw on your balance sheet that you have nearly a $62 million net pension liability, and it changes from year to year, and it's impacted by economic investment performance and changes in assumptions. But this is a big number on the balance sheet from a government-wide perspective, and there's some required supplementary schedules that are included in the financial statements. This comes out of page 99, Exhibit G2 in the CAPR. And so it's interesting to note that the total liability for Harness School District is about $150 million. $88 million is the state's portion, and $62 million is your portion. We also have a schedule on the OPEB liability, and it's a large number too. $76 million. The state's portion is $101 million. Total liability about $177 million. And the reason the health insurance liability, in my mind, is as high as it is in relation to when you look at the pension liability is simply because OPEB, this is kind of a pay-as-you-go. You can correct me, Julio, but this is not funded, and there aren't assets set aside to pay this. You pay this through TRS as you go along each year, and you're funding exactly what you're required to fund, but there's no extra assets set aside to fund that liability. So
That's correct.
the last portion of the CAFR is the compliance section of the CAFR. And what we've got is this very summarized schedule. When I mentioned about the independent auditors reports, we're looking at the table of contents of our agenda tonight. We said there's two reports, one on controls over financial reporting and compliance, and that's summarized right here. The independent auditor's report was unmodified. That's a clean opinion. The report on controls over financial reporting and compliance show that we did not identify any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies during our test work. It's not true to say that doesn't mean there aren't any, but in our testing, we did not identify any. And there were no matters of noncompliance associated with that test work that were identified either. That's specifically for controls over financial reporting. Now, with federal awards, we also had a separate opinion controls over major programs. And that dealt with controls over compliance requirements and specific compliance requirements that we tested. And again, we didn't identify any material weaknesses in your controls over federal program compliance or significant deficiencies either. In the independent auditor's report on compliance for major programs was an unmodified report. And so when we talk about major programs, each year under the uniform guidance, we're required to select a sampling of your programs that are significant, that meet certain thresholds, and cycle through the different programs each year. The major programs in the current year were the special education cluster and the new ESSER grant, the COVID funds, which are called Education Stabilization Funds. That was over $6 million. And you had a disaster recovery assistance grant came to help you fund some of the damages that occurred from the past flooding that we had in the previous year. And then there's child and adult care feeding program as well. And so those were the programs selected during the current year and cycled through in terms of this opinion that was rendered on compliance. And so, again, we cycled through various major programs, and we have minimum required coverages and set out in the uniform guidance. And there were no deficiencies or non-compliance noted during that testing, so that's good. So when the schedule shows that you qualified as a low-risk auditee, I mean, that's important too. That means that you have a history of not having problems in these programs, which is good, right? It means that in the past 2 years, you haven't had material control deficiencies in financial reporting and or material significant deficiencies in compliance and no significant non-compliance. And so the benefit of that is that as auditors, the scope of the testing is reduced because, and it's common sense, right? If you're high risk, the regulations and the uniform guidance would say we need to test more, and that makes sense, right? And if you're low risk, we can test less. We have different thresholds for testing, and so, I mean, it's something too to be proud of. You don't want to be high risk. Sometimes a deficiency is identified that might cause that to happen, but you have a history of compliance and a history of good financial reporting controls, and so you're categorized as a low risk auditee. And this is in the back of the CAFR. Page 187 is where this information is derived from, and there's a schedule. You'd never be able to read it if I put it up in this presentation because the numbers are so small. But on page 191. There's a schedule of expenditures of federal awards. Again, we cycled through those major programs, but your total federal awards were nearly $40 million. So, I mean, federal awards have a big impact on Harlingen School District and on all of our, Valley School Districts. So there's strings attached to them, and rightfully so. And you guys do a good job in pulling those strings in the right direction and complying with the requirements. So I think that's important for you to understand. That's really big, fast summary of the CAFR and our audit work during the current year. We did, even though we didn't have significant deficiencies or material weaknesses, we do have some recommendations that we derived during our audit process, and I'm going to jump to another report that I hope you have in your handouts as well. Let's see.
They do. It's on their separate staple, like 15, 20 pages, so they do have that.
Yeah. Now I'm going to have to locate that in my reports first. I'm not looking at. Here you go. Do you guys see that, my screen on required communications?
Not yet. one.
Not yet, okay, so I'm gonna go to full screen mode.
We see a grocery list, but that's it.
Yeah, I need to be able to go back to screen sharing mode with you. Let me drop my, I'm in the meeting.
It looks like it changed there. We're seeing it now.
Now we're seeing the
Okay.
other one.
All right, that's good, very good.
Wait,
Okay,
but right now
We
it's
don't
still a
see
blank.
any
But
right
pull it
now.
up one more time.
what are you seeing?
Nothing.
Just your screen, your computer blue screen with the squares on it.
Yeah, that's actually, I think that's,
Mr. Anderson, if you,
go ahead.
If you stop share and then refresh it, it might pull it back up.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the stop share.
Yes, let's see if I can-
Where would I do that from?
We can see your PowerPoint. We saw that for a little bit.
Yeah,
There-
Yeah.
okay,
Okay,
good, yeah,
now,
there you
Share
go,
that
okay.
again.
So, now I want to share this screen. Can you do that now?
yep,
Okay, thanks for doing that, whoever did that. All right, so this is the required communications. This is the information we want to share, to the audit committee and board members. And so, we've reviewed this with management and with superintendent, and there's a lot of information that we have to communicate with you. A lot of it is kind of boilerplate language under general accepted auditing standards, and it wouldn't matter whether I was visiting with Harlingen School District or any other school district or any other governmental entity, we would probably have very similar language and terminology in matters to be communicated. So we talk about our responsibility under auditing standards, that's GAS, general accepted auditing standards, and government auditing standards, and the uniform guidance, which is the federal audit requirements. And we talk about your manager's responsibility. We're rendering an opinion on the information that we're testing on your financial statements and on compliance. But you guys are responsible, and you know that you're responsible for those the financial reporting and for the compliance. And you can't get these reports that are unmodified without the internal effort on your part. District-wide, it goes beyond the finance department, it goes beyond accounting, it goes out into, site-based management and compliance. So, but this information would be similar to each of our government entities. There's judgments and accounting estimates in financial statements like yours, nothing unusual for an entity like yours. There's significant accounting policies that are typical for a Texas school district and for a governmental entity. You're following Governmental Accounting Standard Board standards called like GASB. You're following those pronouncements like any other government would. I think I mentioned this to both of your, Mr. Cavazos, the superintendent and to Julio. And to say there's no difficulties encountered during the audit is just not. COVID-19 was the most difficult thing I think we've all experienced. You guys personally, internally, trying to battle through, a lot of growing up on our part in terms of technology and trying to be able to deal with things remotely, keep everybody safe, and you guys did the same thing, and just the process of gathering all this information, we put a lot of extra requirements on you to supply this information, and you did, and we appreciate it. And I think, the TEA and, the state recognized this was going to be difficult. They allowed you to ask for, an extension to give you a couple more months for this report to be prepared. As Julio mentioned, it's due at the end of January. Ordinarily would be due November 30th. But you're prepared. This is ready to go in after you approve it. It'll be submitted well in advance of any deadlines, and then you'll submit it on to the GFOA as well. So we didn't have any disagreements with management. We had good discussion about our advisory comments, and we're going to share those with you. There were not many adjusting entries that weren't identified by you guys, which is good. I mean, you guys, in the process of closing your books, identify things that need to be accrued or modified or adjusted, and you do a good job trying to stay on top of that. We've got a summary of the adjusted entries that we proposed during the process, included in your schedules. We get written representations from management, acknowledging their role and responsibility, acknowledging that as far as they know, everything that needs to be disclosed in the financial statements are disclosed, any significant commitments or contingencies or subsequent events are properly disclosed. That's required under general accepted auditing standards, the representation letter, and that's included in your packet, the representation letter that we obtained. We do have some internal control matters to report. I'm going to go over those. Again, we didn't have any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses that were identified during our audit process. So we didn't come across any matters that we thought to be fraud or other illegal acts, and that's important. That's certainly would be required to be reported to you as board members and in management. And so there's a lot of supplemental information also included in the report, and we acknowledge our responsibility and your responsibility for some of that information. We provide various limited procedures on the supplementary information. It includes a lot of introductory and statistical information as well. There are estimates included in a governmental entity's financial statements. There aren't any estimates that are unusual to a Texas school district or a governmental entity like yours. Estimates for depreciation. We saw that depreciation was nearly $13 million, and clearly that's a big estimate. And the OPEB liabilities, the pension liabilities were $62 million and $70 million, and those come from actuarial analysis and information that's supplied to you from the state. And those are big estimates in everybody's financial statements. You guys have some self-insurance reserves and the amount required to fund those claims incurred but not reported. Those are estimates. You've got estimates about uncompensated absences. And not all of these are typical things for a government entity like yours. So the summary of audit adjustments, we've attached the adjustments that were made. Again, there were not a whole lot of entries required by us because you identified in the process of closing out your books and getting ready to prepare the financial statements, most of the adjustments that were necessary, which is good. It's important. It's important because you need to be comfortable as a board that what you're being fed on a monthly basis is accurate and reliable. And so it's important that we don't come in subsequent to year end and clean up a mess. And we've never had to do that with you guys, and we appreciate it. So here's a representation letter that we obtained. Again, the representation letter is required by generally accepted auditing standards, and it's very typical for. I don't know how many different. We run out of alphabet in trying to get all these representations from you guys, but it's typical requirements about your responsibility, your acknowledgement that there isn't any big matters of non-compliance or unknown litigation that wasn't disclosed to us during the audit process, and to a lot of. For a big part, we have to be able to rely on your representations because some things, they might not manifest themselves in other audit evidence. We might not see it just by reading board minutes and on things that you might have talked about. And so we do place heavy reliance on management's representations, and anybody would, and you would too, as board members. You're counting on your internal personnel. So finally. We're getting back to the internal control matters. So this little summary says that we did not look right here. We did not identify any deficiencies in internal control that we consider to be material weaknesses. That's important for you. And I'll also say that it does indicate we had some other matters to discuss with you, but there weren't. Any significant deficiencies either. So we've categorized these comments into various groups of, we could have an improvement point or a deficiency. Again, we didn't have any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. So we've reviewed these comments with district personnel. We had minor matters dealing with, in special ed, you were paying some employees a stipend. They were otherwise funded through local funds, but there was a stipend paid, and you needed to obtain some semi-annual certifications, and you obtained those. And so, in the whole spectrum of things, this whole, you can tell me differently, Matt or Julio, I think the total stipend to everybody totaled like $7,000. It was clearly not material to the special ed program, definitely not material to the district. It was just something that was unusual because there were stipends and you needed certifications about their for compliance purposes, and you obtained those, and we didn't have any significant deficiency or non-compliance associated with that. Man, the CARES Act was difficult, as we mentioned. And the ESSER, the Education, Secondary School Emergency Relief Funds, on your CFA, on your Schedule of Federal Awards, it's called the Stabilization Funds. There was not a lot of guidance out early on for anybody, not for your school district, not for any school district, not for the auditors. And so most of what happened, the state said, we're going to reduce our funding to you, and you're going to replace it. You're going to reclassify our state expenditures into this ESSER grant fund. And so you did that. And that all occurred subsequent to year end. And so there were some differences that we noted in the amounts that you reclassified in the initial supporting information that you gave us, and you ended up you had given us a wrong file, or data was based on a wrong file. You gave us the correct information, and we didn't have any discrepancies or issues with respect to that. So, but that whole program was I mean, the entire amount you got was used for payroll purposes, so it's for payroll expenditures. But the guidance that came out to everybody early on was not very good, and so I think that resulted in some of the complexities. So you've got some requirements to make sure you're doing business with vendors that haven't been suspended or debarred. I mean, they can be on the blacklist saying, hey, you shouldn't be doing business with these. We made some recommendations on how you monitor and update your list of vendors who are suspended and debarred. We didn't. This is simply a recommendation on a process you've got. We didn't identify anybody you're doing business with that was suspended and debarred. So I mean, it's important to know that. We made some recommendations dealing with bank reconciliations and the process of reconciling accounts at subsequent to the fiscal year end. And again, nothing overly complex in that recommendation. Had some errors in a spreadsheet that you were using for grant drawdowns that resulted in initially you drawing down a wrong amount, which you corrected in subsequent drawdown requests, but made a suggestion on reviewing those spreadsheets and the formulas that are included in them, so that doesn't happen. Because you're board members and you've all been on the board a long time, I'm sure you're familiar with PEMS. And PEMS, the Public Education Information Management Submission System. And so you do a PEM submission every year, mid-year, with information to the state, there was an error, unique error, because you changed fiscal years, and you were required to include 12 months in the reporting, even though you only had 10 months in your fiscal year. And so when you identified this error, you self-reported and you corrected that, but we made a recommendation on reconciling that back, and I think I honestly believe that this was simply resulted from the weird change in fiscal year and not recognizing that you still needed to report a 12-month period. And so you ended up fixing that, and you know, Julio can correct me here too. I don't think the state has recognized that error occurred, but you put them on notice, say, hey, we made a mistake and we fixed it. So that at the point in time when this catches up with you and they say, hey, we noticed this, you'll say, yeah, we told you about it, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, we haven't gotten any notification from TA, but we did notice that, and we self-reported, which we're supposed to, and just in case if anything comes down the road that there's some differences there, we can tell you, we realize that, and you know, there's not a process to back that out, so that's why we need to self-report, but at least that's on file.
Yeah, and you know, the state relies heavily on the PEMS information, you know, so that they have an apples and apples comparison of districts, and they take this data and they can say, hey, I know based on the size of this district, the number of students, that certain relationships should exist, and they, you know, that information, that PEMS educational information, very important to the state. So I think that'll catch up, and but you've already corrected it, and you've already let them know that there was a mistake, and you've fixed it. So those are our recommendations. Again, there were not material weaknesses, and there were not any significant non-compliance, and you know, this is a complicated set of financial records, right? A 200-page report, but there's numerous funds that the district is responsible for accounting for, and a whole lot of compliance requirements that go along with the state and federal funds especially. And so, again, we appreciate the assistance we got in feeding us information in a remote fashion. I know that was difficult. I know that was extra effort on your part, and we appreciate it. So, I don't know what else things that we discussed, Julio,
No, I mean, I certainly appreciate the summary of the report. It was a different type of year, as Quentin mentioned, with all the COVID thing going on, and but we appreciate, their efforts to work with our staff and our staff's effort to make this thing, to complete the audit. And again, we're within the time frame because we did get an extension, and I'm glad that we did. We appreciate the work from the external auditors as well as our staff.
So the last thing we have open is the federal data collection form. We'll work with you. We'll get that submitted to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse, and then you'll submit your CAFR to the GFOA and to Texas Education Agency too.
So that summarizes, Madam Chair, Ms. Fleury, the report that Mr. Anderson wanted to present to the committee members, and just hand it back to you if there's any questions from any of the committee members.
Jerry, you're muted, and Quinn, can you stop the share so we can see everyone on the screen? Thank you.
Matt.
Jerry,
Yeah.
You were muted, but there you are.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Quentin. You know, this may be the first time I remember hearing you talk about, mentioned several times how complex it was. We've always thought it was very complex, we board members. Dr. Reiniger, I see that you're on. Do you have any questions?
Well, first off, I think it's just a tremendous report, and of course, Julio, you and your team just do a tremendous job, and Mr. Anderson, we appreciate the thorough review as always. At some point in your presentation, kind of early on, you mentioned that we went over in our expenditures, but we had budgeted for that, and so it was, it was planned. And I just wrote down that I wondered if you could remind me what that was for. And then my other comment is, does this report, or maybe a shorter version of it somehow, does that sit on our website for the community to access? I think so, but I just wondered where, and maybe we could remind anybody who's watching how to find it.
So I can answer that question, why we were a little bit over on our expenditures. So remember, we budget for TRE tax ratifications $10 million a year, and we don't spend that every single year. So, last year, we actually spent $13 million overall that carried over from the previous year. So that gets reported in 1920, and that costs, the majority of that difference is about $3 million spent more in TRE dollars that we did budget for it, but that's part of that.
Got
that
it.
item.
Right, and Dr. Reiner, you can jump back to page 98 in your comprehensive annual financial report, and one of the required exhibits is that budget and actual comparison. You can see the budget that you adopted and the actual expenditures, and what I was implying is the fact that your revenues were less than expenses by about $3 million, that you budgeted for all of that. So, I mean, it wasn't a surprise that you were going to have that. And you can see this $10 million in facilities acquisition and construction that Mr. Cavazos was talking about there in function code 81. But page 98 in the CAFR exhibit G1 is the presentation that I was referring to when we talked about the budget and revenues compared to expenditures.
Understand. Thank you so much for the reminder. And we do get those updates on the TRE every month. And so that makes sense then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Hines, do you have any questions?
Can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I just wanted to quickly say thank you, Mr. Anderson, for your time today for the report. And I wanted to thank also Julio and his office and his staff for the work you guys put in every year. Something like this doesn't happen just because it happens. You guys make it happen. I just wanted to thank you all personally. Thank you for putting us in good standing financially with the community, because that's where our trust starts. And I think that's a testament to the work that you guys put in every day of the year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I would like to join my colleagues, Quentin and Julio and all of your staff in both instances for such an enormous outlay of work. I mean, this is really a substantial effort requiring tremendous diligence on your part, and we appreciate it. And yes, things have been much more challenging, Quentin, and we understand it and join you in the difficulty and some of the things you've had to learn, stretch and learn. We've all had to stretch and learn. I have one question I wanted to ask. I believe in your remarks, Quentin, you commented that although it was acceptable, certainly acceptable, you at least noted verbally that we did not have money set aside for the pensions, for the retirement plan. And I'm assuming, because that is an acceptable thing, that indeed there is no problem with that. I was just wondering, do most districts do that, Julio or Quentin, or is that?
Yeah. So when I said you don't have funds set aside, we're talking about the post-employment health insurance. And so
Okay.
You're as a Texas school district, you participate in the teacher retirement system, and you guys are funding amounts into TRS through payroll deduction every month, and so money's going in to the pension plan, and your share is being paid, and there's actuarially determined amounts for what needs to go in. In terms of the health insurance, you're paying that, as you're going along. There aren't assets set aside to fund that health insurance, and you are still within the TRS system. So your post-employment health insurance is going through the state as well, and all Texas school districts are probably participating in the same capacity as you are. So it's acceptable is not the right word. That's just how the program works.
Okay.
So
there's no question that should be raised about any of that then.
No, I mean, you're not doing anything that the rest of the Texas school districts are not doing.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate your clarification. Also, just want to say kudos again. You know, as Belinda said, this sort of thing doesn't happen overnight, and we realize that you all have spent months working on this in both cases, both offices, and we thank you very much. And it is no small feat to accomplish what our internal financial people do all the time, and certainly no small feat to analyze that on a regular basis the way you do, Quentin. So thank you all. If there are no further questions or any comments, Mr. Julio Cavazos, you would like to make in closing?
No, again, thank you very much, and I really do appreciate, our team, our business office team here, and also, Quentin and his team. This was all done virtually, 99% of it, so it was back and forth. It was a different year, but, and I do appreciate everybody's effort, so thank you very much.
Yeah, Mrs. Fleury,
Yes, so
yeah.
Dr. Cavazos.
I'd also like to recognize Julio Cavazos, Aida Ambriz, Raymond Mendoza, Nelly Ledesma, and all the people that did the heavy lifting to do this virtually. It has been definitely a different year, but when we get to the finish line with this audit report, as you can tell, they've done a tremendous job making certain that we cross our T's and dot our I's. So kudos to them. We truly appreciate them handling that side of the house for the school district. It is a $250+ million operation, and so thank you, Julio, and your team for a great job. And I also will thank Quentin Anderson, even though he's an Aggie, but that, that just goes without being said. We're just gonna.
I'm trying to figure out how your hair keeps getting grayer and my hair keeps getting grayer and Julio doesn't have a single gray hair.
That is a great point. Thank you for making that point, Mr. Anderson. So,
There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
we're still
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
live.
Okay, we are live, and I now call to order the regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Harlingen Consolidated Independent School District. In pursuant to Governor Abbott's temporary suspension of open meetings law, this meeting will be conducted through audio and video conferencing. We do have a quorum, and we'll start off with a moment of silence. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to our Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Brianna?
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Gavassos, administration, and audience. Tonight's pledge will be led by Isaiah Rodriguez. Isaiah is in the 8th grade student council, he's the student council president at Coakley Middle School. He's a top-notch student excelling in arts, academics, and athletics. Isaiah is an all-A student and a member of the National Junior Honor Society. He was also a triple threat athlete last year with a passion for soccer. This year, he is auditioning for all-region band and says he can play any percussion instrument you put in front of him. Isaiah says he is most proud of the commitment he's made to himself, to be on top of his studies, and to contribute to his school community. In fact, while at Coakley, he even volunteered to read to younger students at nearby Sam Houston Elementary, and he also serves as an altar server at church. Mr. Rodriguez is thinking about becoming a veterinarian someday and maybe going to college in Boston. One of Isaiah's favorite things about being a Coakley Cougar is the relationships he has formed with the teachers and administration. He loves how students and faculty have a tight-knit community supporting each other. Isaiah tonight is joined by his parents, Veronica and Alfredo Rodriguez. Ladies and gentlemen, Isaiah Rodriguez.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Next, we'll move on to the awards and recognitions. With our first item, 2A, recognition of advanced placement scholars. Ms. Melissa Parker.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Cavazos, members of the senior team, and other members of the audience. It is my honor to bring recognition to our advanced placement scholars. And so this past June, the students that took advanced placement courses in the Harlingen CISD took the first ever web-based at-home advanced placement exams. Our students took exams in 26 different subjects, and the exams were 45 minutes long as opposed to the traditional more than 3-hour-long exams. And so quite a bit of pressure on the students. So tonight, we are very, very proud of all the students who took this challenge. And tonight, we would like to recognize those who have demonstrated exemplary college-level achievement on their advanced placement exams. We begin with the first level of scholars, and they're called advanced placement scholars. The advanced placement scholars are students who have earned a score of 3 or higher on 3 or more AP exams. And so I'm going to start with the AP scholars from Harlingen High School. Daniel Escudo. Can you hear Daniel? Janelle Arnold. Layla Badiru.
Good evening. I plan on attending the University of Howard.
Thank you, Layla. Congratulations. Kiara Billicky. Callie Cervantes.
Good evening. I plan on attending Baylor University.
Congratulations, Callie. Devin Dorado. Ricardo Espinosa, Adrian Flores, Cameron Hale,
Good evening. I plan on attending Texas A&M University.
congratulations, Cameron. Emily Leandro,
Good evening. I am currently attending the University of Texas at Austin.
thanks for joining us. Congratulations. Alfredo Montemayor,
Good evening. I'm attending Baylor University.
thanks for joining us. We're in college. Congratulations, Alfredo. Kyle Nelson, Sydney Powelson, Joshua Rodriguez, Christian Salinas,
There he is.
Good evening. I'm attending the University of Texas at San Antonio.
Great job, Tristan.
thank you, Tristan, for joining us. Congratulations. Lorenzo Vieda and Esvin Zuniga.
Good evening. I'm actually Esvin's mother. Esvin is a captain of one of the Cardinal football team, and so he's at practice. But I wanted to let you know that he appreciates the honor, and he'll be seeking to get a nomination at West Point.
Wow, good for him.
How exciting. Congratulations, man.
Yeah, what a stellar group.
Okay, Brianna, that's all for Harlingen High School. Would you like to take a picture?
Yes, if we could have all of the students turn your mic, for the AP Scholars, turn your mics back on so we can get you to the front of the screen, and I'll have you wave for about 10 seconds, and we will take a few screenshots, okay? So turn your mics on and start waving. Awesome, great job. Thank you all very much, and congratulations.
Good job, Aaron.
Okay, now I would like to move on to the AP Scholars from Harlingen High School South. Hannah Abrego,
Good evening. I plan on attending Texas A&M University.
congratulations, Hannah. Megan On, Joseph Bell,
Good evening. I'm currently undecided, but I'm waiting to hear back from Vanderbilt and Duke, and have been accepted into Texas A&M and Colorado School of Mines.
Brother went to Vanderbilt.
congratulations, Joseph.
And Duke,
Hannah Carney,
basketball tickets.
Good evening. I am attending the University of Texas at Austin.
Hey.
thanks for joining us. Congratulations. Helen Carter, Alyssa De La Cruz, Joseph De Silos, Sarita Del Valle, Alexa Encenia, William Thechner, Amy Finley, Sydney Gill, James Gerard, Destiny Marr, Caden Nelson,
Good evening. I plan on attending UT Austin.
congratulations, Caden. Sophia Piercy, Constantine Poulos,
Is that Dr. Poulos' daughter?
Yeah.
You still got one? I see the baby eye.
I think so.
Alexa Salcedo.
Good evening. I plan on attending Trinity University.
Great job.
Good job. Good school.
Kimberly Gonzalez. Jose Gutierrez.
These kids are all reaching for the stars.
Daniel Jimenez.
Good evening. I'm attending Texas State University.
Thank you for joining us. Congratulations. Javier Bento. Monica Villarreal. And Haley Welch. Okay, Brianna, that's it for South.
Congratulations, South. Okay, I'm going to take a few pictures. If you could turn your audio on and just start, and your camera on and start waving to the camera for a few seconds. Perfect. Thank you.
And now we have our AP scholars from Harlingen School of Health Professions. Kayla Elorino.
Good evening. I'm attending Texas State University.
Thanks for joining us. Congratulations. Osman Morabel.
Good evening. I hope to attend Boston University in fall 2021.
Good for you.
Congratulations. Fabiola Padron.
Good evening. I'm planning to attend Texas State University.
Congratulations, Fabiola. Evelyn Torres.
Good evening. I plan on attending the University of Texas at Rio Grande Valley.
All right. Awesome.
Congratulations, Evelyn. Autumn Turbiatis. And Sian Wang.
Hi, C. I'm currently attending the University of Texas at Austin.
Thanks for joining us. Congratulations. Okay, Brianna, that's all for School of Health.
All right, our Harlingen School of Health Profession students, if you could turn on your cameras real quick and start waving so we can take a group screenshot. Awesome, great job.
Okay, so the next group of scholars that we're going to honor are those in the category of AP Scholars with Honor. And they reach this status by receiving an average score of at least 3.25 on all AP exams taken, and scores of 3 or higher on 4 or more AP exams. And so we're going to start again with Harlingen High School. Olivia Hernandez.
Good evening. I plan on attending Baylor University next fall.
Congratulations, Olivia. William Herring. Diego Johnson. And Galice Landaverde.
Good evening. I plan on attending the University of Texas at Austin.
Congratulations, Galice. That's it for the Harlingen High School and the AP Scholars with Honor.
Great, if y'all could start waving real quick for a photo. Awesome. Great job.
Okay, AP Scholars with Honor from Harlingen High School South. Amelia Barrera. Caleb Blackburn.
Good evening. I plan on attending the University of Alabama.
Congratulations, Caleb. Victoria Flores. Kara Ingram. And Avani Solis. That's all from Harlingen High School South.
Since Caleb joined us, we're gonna take 2 pictures,
Yes.
Caleb. Great job, Caleb.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Wave, Caleb.
Great job.
And now from Harlingen School of Health Professions, also an AP Scholar with honor, we have Jorge Alvarez.
Hey, Jorge.
Hi. Good evening. I plan on attending Texas A&M.
Good job.
Thank you for joining us. Congratulations, Jorge. Okay, Brianna, that's all for our School of Health.
Awesome. Quick photo.
Wave,
1, 2,
Jorge.
3.
Okay. So our
Now,
next
Jorge, do
category,
that.
our AP Scholar.
Jorge, do the Longhorn sign. Let's see if you know how. I'm kidding. No, don't do it.
He doesn't look at me.
Go ahead, Mayor.
So, our next category is AP Scholars with Distinction. And students achieve this level by receiving an average score of 3.5 on all AP exams taken, and scores of 3 or higher on 5 or more of these exams. And so from Harlingen High School, we have Rocio Gonzalez. I guess Rocio cannot join us this evening. From Harlingen High School South, James Abbott.
Good evening. I'm still undecided where I'm going to attend college.
Congratulations, Jimmy. Justin Armstrong.
Good evening. I am currently undecided about where I'm going to attending college, but I am waiting to hear back from several Ivy Leagues, and I've been accepted into Texas A&M.
Great job.
Congratulations, Justin. Catherine Duncan. Kennedy Kibler.
Good evening. I'm currently undecided, but my top choice is the University of Texas at Austin.
Congratulations, Kennedy. Raj Pollock. Benjamin Rosef.
Good evening. I'm currently attending the University of Texas at San Antonio.
Thanks for joining us. Congratulations, Ben. And Frank Torres.
Is that Norman's son, grandson?
Grandson.
Okay, Brianna, that's it for Harlingen High School South.
Okay, if everyone can smile on the count of 3 and wave. I think we lost some of the students if they want to come back on
There
real
they are.
quick. There they are. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Great job.
Very good.
And from Harlingen School of Health Professions, AP Scholars with Distinction, Ashley Galvan.
Good evening. I am currently attending the University of Texas at Austin.
And congratulations. And Isaac Newman.
Good evening. I hope to get into Oxford University.
He's ready.
Congratulations.
Very good.
Okay, Brianna, that's it.
Okay,
Great job, Isaac.
Isaac and Ashley, if y'all can start waving real quick. 1, 2, 3.
You can't leave the country for that. It's got to be on your passport.
Perfect.
Good job, guys.
We have one final honoree. She's not with us tonight, but we do have a national AP scholar. And to become a national AP scholar, the students have to receive an average of a score of at least 4 on all AP exams taken and scores of 4 or higher on 8 or more AP exams. And so we'd like to congratulate Catherine Duncan for being this year's National AP Scholar. She could not be with us.
Great job.
Wow.
If for another group photo, could I have everybody come back on who was recognized for AP Scholar? We'd love to get a big group photo with everyone. If you're still signed on. Awesome. Great, okay. All right, so this one's going to take about a few more seconds. So if everyone could start waving and smiling, I'll take the photos right now. Okay, 1 and 2. All right, great job, congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. I'll open it up now to comments from my fellow trustees, if anybody has any comments.
I defer to Jerry Fourier.
Is she muted?
You're muted, Mrs. Flourier.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is the most exciting thing for us, to see all of you all and to hear your names and to think about where you might be going to school, everywhere from fabulous local schools to Oxford University. We love your aspirations. We love your accomplishments. And most especially, we love you. You know, we're so thrilled to see the focus on academic excellence. And so many of you have done other things as well. You know, you've done academics, you've done sports, you've done music, you've done drama. Harlingen CISD offers all of those opportunities, and you have just grabbed them and run with them. So wherever you go with pride, and wherever you go, you remember that HCISD will always be your family, and that we are so super proud of you. We're just kicking our heels. Very, very exciting. Thank you, Ms. Parker. You know, the level of academic excellence in this district has just risen and risen and risen, and you all are the perfect example of that. You're just so special to us. Thank you very much.
And just want to shout out to Melissa for continuing her the heavy lifting and the hard work to really grow this program and to really, I guess, advertise maybe is not the right word, just promote and just really encourage kids to participate in AP. It's such a value add for them. So thanks for what you do, Melissa. Thank you. Great job.
Thanks, Melissa. Anybody else? God, I too just want to extend my gratitude, Ms. Parker, and congratulations to all the students that are still on. I invite you to stay logged on, but I know you probably have better things to do. But really, as Ms. Fleury so well eloquently put, you know, we're all extremely proud of you all. You represent the best of Harlingen, and from Oxford to UTRGV, we're going to be represented very well, and that makes us proud. So thank you, and congratulations. Next, we'll move on to item 2B, the recognition of the Harlingen High School cross-country team. Mr. Rob Davies.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Cavazos, administration, and audience. I'm pleased to honor the Harlingen High School boys cross-country team tonight. The boys went on a historical run, pun definitely intended, that included the 32 6A district championship, the Region 4 championship, and a trip to the state cross-country meet in Round Rock, where they distinguished themselves as one of the very best cross-country teams in the state of Texas. Team members for the HHS boys cross-country team were Giovanni Cisneros.
Good evening. Thank you for having us.
Dominic Luna.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Richard Loya.
Good evening. Thank you for having us.
Carlos Marchand.
Good evening. Thank you for having us.
Oscar Martinez.
Good evening. Thank you for having us.
Abel Montante.
Good evening. Thank you for having us.
Ivan Montante.
Liz?
You're muted, Ivan. Oh, was he gonna say something? No, okay.
Christopher Nowak,
Good evening. Thank you, Dennis.
and our coaches, Coach Efren Embreeze,
Good evening, board. Thank you for having us and for honoring us in this way.
Adair Ramos,
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us, for recognizing our kids.
Isabel Jimenez, and congratulations, athletes and coaches, on a tremendous season. I'll now open it up to the board for comments.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Don.
I just, just for the board, Mr. Davies, Coach, can you explain how the heck do you do a cross-country meet virtually? That's what I want to know. I'm kidding. So from a former cross-country member myself, I will tell you that I greatly appreciate your talent and your efforts. I know it's not easy, it's not hard. I wonder, with a quick show of hands, any of y'all also play football? Please raise your hands. Nobody? Did everybody just cross-country? So I guess I was the only guy from a small town 3A football back in the day, where you kind of like expected to do everything, and it was no fun doing cross-country Saturday morning after, getting home at 2 a.m. from a football out-of-town football game. And so I can appreciate, the long training and everything else. And so it's easy running on a track. It's not so easy doing what you guys do. And thank you for a great reflection of your families, being a great reflection of the school district, and for your hard work and your dedication. And so well-deserved recognition. Congratulations. And coaches, thank you all for really developing not only them as athletes, but developing their character as well. So great job, guys. Proud of y'all.
Yes, I just wanted to add, so, I fancy myself a runner in my mind. I run a lot, but it's very slow, so people would not know I'm probably even moving. But on the way actually here, I was talking with my daughter, who I enjoy watching her run, and I was talking about how much I love seeing good runners run, the poetry of it, the elegance, the way you all run makes it look so easy, and I'm so tremendously jealous. But as individuals, that's true, right? But as a team, what you have accomplished is absolutely amazing. This sport is grueling. The hours you put in, the dedication you put in, the injuries you survived, and the coaches, thank you for bringing out the best in these guys. You have taught them something that they will, the dedication, the tenacity that you have as athletes is going to take you into the future. You won't even realize how much it will help you as you go into the next steps of your life. Anyway, all that to say, I am, and the whole board, we are so proud of you. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. We celebrate you fully. So congrats.
Well, I just want to follow up. Again, congratulations for just a terrific year. I got a question. How many of y'all are juniors or sophomores? Anybody? Are they all seniors?
Right here, you got a
Whoa,
few.
whoa, look at that. Wow.
We'll see you next year.
Next year, man. All right.
No pressure.
No pressure, guys. That's fantastic. No, what an honor you brought the district and this city. I mean, just tremendous to advance all the way to the state. I mean, just incredible. Thank you so much for all you've done and your hard work. And by the way, I just want to say something. I used to live next door to the Reinigers, and I used to watch Belinda train for marathons. So she is a runner. She's being very modest tonight.
Jerry, do you have anything?
Her mind's running.
Well, you're still
I
muted.
think you're still muted, Jerry.
See, that's why I come over here.
Yeah, I know, it's hard.
There you
Now?
go. There you go.
Yay.
I just want to say thank you so much to our coaches and to you students. We are super proud. Dr. Reiniger and Dr. Pettis and Mr. Powers have all said eloquently how really proud we are. But honest to goodness, we think and talk about how hard you work to do this. This is an astonishing accomplishment that you have achieved. And you know what? Nobody in the whole wide world can ever take away from you what you have accomplished. To go all the way to state and to perform as well as you have done is something that you can wear with pride for the rest of your lives. And you know, it's going to propel you in everything else you do. If you take the level of commitment and drive that you have brought to winning this incredible place in the history of Harlingen schools, you can do anything, anywhere. So super congratulations. You've got it. You've got it, and you will have it for the rest of your lives. Thank you, coaches. Thank you for all of you for making this happen.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
And, you know, Coach Ambriz knows this, and so do my fellow trustees here, but in a past life, I was a sports writer, and I don't know if any of your runners know that. I used to be a sports writer for the Valley Morning Star. I covered many sports, you know, and you always talk about different sports being overshadowed by football. And many times I ran into Coach Ambriz on the track, and he says, "Are you going to be at the cross-country meet in the morning?" I said, "I don't know, it's kind of early." But, you know, you talk about a sport that gets overshadowed. You talk about a sport that gets overshadowed, but that is just as grueling as football, as volleyball, as anything else. It's what you guys do. So, thank you for putting in the work, you know, because really that's all it takes. If there's any area I think that, you know, a Valley school can remain competitive at the state level, this is one of those sports, you know, and you have the right coach. I still remember when Coach Ambriz took over as the coach there at Harlingen High School, and you know that program never missed a beat. If anything, it's gotten better, obviously. So, Coach, congratulations! Thank you for the work you've put in there, and to your assistants, and to the athletes, your runners, the seniors. You know, you guys made some good memories this year, and you're going to hold on to those forever. But I saw that there were some juniors. Do you have any sophomores, freshmen on that team?
One sophomore, Dominic Luna. The two seniors we had were actually Abel and Ivan Montante, twin brothers. Those are our only seniors.
Oh.
Junior heavy team.
Yeah, so, you know, you just got to keep working, you know, just because you got there once, it's not a given next year, so I'm sure Coach will remind you of that, so, but you have something to work for now. So, congratulations again. Dr. Cavazos?
Yeah, so I'll just take a moment to recognize Coach Ambriz and, of course, his assistant coach, all the students for an incredible job. I'm going to have Dr. Reininger show that she has a cardinal on the other side. Right, there you go. The kids were looking to see, come on, Belinda. And so she's bipedal, so she's good, she's good. I do want to commend the students. You all do an incredible job, and you all broke another glass ceiling for us. This is the first time we have an entire team go out to state level. Is that right, Coach Ambriz? Yep, so.
Yes, sir.
So I want to congratulate you. Thank you for doing that. I didn't know we had twin brothers on the team. Now, I heard Dr. Pettis say he did cross country. So, Coach, can you train all the board and myself, and we'll do a cross country? Well, not too early in the morning, Coach.
Already.
Hey, great job. Cardinal spirit never dies. Congratulations, guys.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Brianna, I think we're ready for the picture.
Yes, okay, if everyone, y'all heard the instructions from before, so just start waving and I'll take a screenshot. Awesome. Okay, perfect. Great job.
Thank you, Coach Davies. Next, we'll move on to item 2C, the recognition of PTSA Students of the Month for December 2020. Ms. Brianna?
Yes, good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Cavazos, administration, and audience. Tonight I will be recognizing our December PTSA Students of the Month. We had the opportunity to interview them last week, and they are joining us in tonight's meeting to watch the video. Students, could you turn on your cameras? Awesome. So the students you see on camera tonight represent the PTSAs of Harlingen High School, Harlingen High School South, Early College High School, and Harlingen School of Health Professions. We hope you enjoy this video.
I'm Eric Thon. I'm a senior at Harlingen High School. I'm in National Honor Society, Student Council, PTSA, and I'm in varsity track, basketball, and football, and I'm the captain of the basketball and track team. I like running a lot. I like dancing. I like spending my time at the Boys and Girls Club and like, just hanging out and just making people happy. Well, I have a track scholarship at UTRGV, so I plan on going there and studying biology. I first like to thank my teachers and my coaches, like Coach Mon and Coach Peters and Coach Gomez and Coach Ambris, but mainly my parents, because they're the ones like done everything for me and been there for me through like my hard stuff during high school.
Hi, my name is Caleb James Garcia, and I'm a senior at Harlingen South. I play for the varsity football and soccer team while also being a member of PTSA, NHS, and orchestra. Some things I'm passionate about include my education, family, God, and always being the best version of myself. I'm also passionate about playing sports and staying physically active. I plan on attending UTRGV, UTSA, or Incarnate Word to pursue mechanical engineering and later own my own engineering firm. There are many educators who influenced me significantly. The several that stand out are Mr. Giltzer and my fourth grade teacher, Mrs. Rudd. They both have taught me to always put your best effort forward and that life goes on after unexpected outcomes. Lastly, I want to give all the glory to God and thank my parents for believing in me and supporting me no matter what.
My name is Jacqueline Bailly. I am a senior at Harlingen High School South. I am a member of NHS, NTHS, PTSA, and Student Council. I am the historian for the senior class, yearbook editor-in-chief, captain of the varsity swim team, and goalie for the water polo team. I am passionate about making a difference and showcasing the importance of education. I plan to attend UT Austin and major in early childhood in the College of Education. My short-term goal is to become a teacher to help at-risk students, and my long-term goal is to become a superintendent. I would like to thank my parents for guiding me and teaching me to always take pride in what I do, which has enabled me to become an outgoing and well-rounded student. I'd also like to thank my swim coaches for helping me become more confident and teaching me to always finish strong. And lastly, I would like to thank all my teachers for teaching me the skills needed for my future.
My name is Jehovah Garcia, and I'm a senior at Early College High School. I'm currently a member of PTSA, Student Council, and Chess Club, and I've also participated in Spelling Bee, Yearbook, and Drama. And I've actually had a leadership role in Spelling Bee, in which I was the team captain, and I led my team to a first place victory at a local competition. I'm very passionate about challenging myself by trying to solve puzzles such as Rubik's Cubes or playing chess. It's a great way to test my mind and really strengthen my knowledge. And I really love doing that. I'm also very passionate about helping out others and putting people first to try and help them to succeed and pushing them to do better. And sometimes I do study groups with my friends to study before big exams, and I just always want to put a smile on people's face and help them out. I actually recently got accepted into Texas State University, so I plan to attend there in the fall to earn my bachelor's degree in political science in hopes to become a public servant to try and change society and better people's lives and make an impact in the world. And I'm really passionate about helping other people out, and that's what I really hope to do. And it's one of my main goals that I want to accomplish, and I know I can accomplish because I'm really determined to do it. Well, first of all, I want to thank my mom and dad for always being there, supporting me in everything that I do. I have no idea where I'd be without them, and I'm very thankful for them. And because of them, I am who I am today, and I love them so much for that.
Hi, I'm Eddie Rodriguez. I'm a senior at Early College High School, Harlingen. I am a member of the National Honor Society and Student Council. I'm really passionate about like a lot of different writing, especially when it comes to like direction and storytelling. Like, I can just spend hours thinking about like a film, its subtext, its meaning, and I really like doing little boards and ideas about like what kind of stories I would want to tell and what I would want to convey and mean. For specific schools, I'm not really too sure yet. Definitely a school in Texas, and what I want to study is animation, so the selection is kind of not amazing. I mean, there's good options, but if I can't find anything, then definitely creative writing. And as a future career, I want to go into animation. Specifically, I want to storyboard, which is basically drawing and writing how a scene will play out by giving like visuals. Basically a comic book that will later become the direction of a movie, film, or animation. My parents are very supportive and I'm lucky for that. My teachers too have been really supportive. Like especially, she no longer works at the school anymore. But Dana Poppy, she is a great teacher and really supportive. There's also Mr. Gonzalez, who, although he was mainly a math teacher for me, he was really a very present figure in a lot of extracurricular activities and a lot of things like class events that were really helpful in building what I'm interested in.
My name is Joanna Fall, and I'm a senior here at Harlingen School of Health Professions. So some clubs and activities that I'm in, I'm a youth ambassador for TPCC, which is basically a tobacco prevention group where we go around and start informing parents and kids about tobacco and effects that it has on our lifestyle. And then I'm also in the National Honor Society, as well as small other organizations for church and other things like that. So some of the things that I'm passionate about are actually helping others. And although that might sound kind of a cliche, I was a part of the LVN program here at this campus, and it was just another experience. Like, I truly love nursing in general, and that's also what I hope to do in the future. The school that I want to go to is hopefully UTSA. I want to be a future roadrunner. The thing that I plan on studying when I go to college is public health, and then my future career, I want to become a general surgeon and then hopefully go into study oncology. So some people that I would like to thank here at HSHP in general would just be all of the teachers that have helped me to get to where I am. They've truly inspired me because it's basically my second home here. I go home and then I come here and they teach me everything that I have to do in the future, and I'm just so grateful for that.
My name is Isaac Newman. I'm a senior at Harlingen School of Health Professions, and I'm also a student vocational nurse at the Valley Baptist Medical Center's LVN program. Currently, I am the president of my school's politics club, treasurer of the student council, member of the HCISD Student Advisory Board, and member of my school's Spanish club. Outside of school, I'm very passionate about video editing and video production. I've actually directed a music video a few months ago, actually, and I plan on making more projects in the future. In school, I'm very passionate about the clubs that I'm officer in, most importantly, Politics Club. I was president last year of Politics Club, and I'm president this year, and I'm doing my best to make sure that this club can get more outreach and really become the best club it can be. Recently, I've been accepted to UTRGV and Texas A&M University San Antonio. Hopefully, I can graduate from my LVN program and continue studying to become a registered nurse. I also want to improve on my hobbies and make a video one day that can send a message or can inspire people. First and foremost, I would like to thank my principal, Ms. Garza. She works with students around the school to provide everyone with the most opportunities and thankfully guided me into enrolling into the LVN program, which is amazing for me. I would also like to thank my previous AP US History teacher, Mr. Sparrow, for being a great teacher overall and providing me many instances of wisdom. My school's college and career advisor, Ms. Alonso, has also been extremely helpful with my college preparations and applications. Again, thank you all for doing what you do. It's thanks to you that I've made it to my senior year, and thank you.
All right, congratulations to our December PTSA Students of the Month. I'd like to recognize these students and their parents and family members that might be joining us today and watching our live broadcast. I'd also like to thank our high school PTSA organizations and the Harlingen City Council PTSA President, Elias Ortega. Students, as I call your name, please wave. From Harlingen High School, we have Eric Gilantan. Awesome. Our next student from Harlingen High School will be recognized in the January board meeting, but it is Logan Reedon. From Harlingen High School South, we have Jacqueline Bailly. And we have Caleb Garcia. From Early College High School, we have Eddie Rodriguez. And Jehovah Garcia. From Harlingen School of Health Professions, we have Joanna Thal. And we have Isaac Newman. Great, we'll take our picture real quick, and then I will let our Board of Trustees say a few words. So if y'all can all start waving. Awesome, great job and congratulations.
Any comments?
Thank you, Ms. Vela Garcia. Do you have any comments from the trustees?
Yes, Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I would like to comment and say congratulations to all of these students, but I also want to say thank you, because month after month we have the pleasure and the privilege of seeing our students of the month. And you know, as the years go by, one thing that we've noticed is that you all are, to the very last one, such outstanding young people, and you're so you are so versatile. That's what I notice each time, is that you have excelled in so many different ways and you participate in so many different organizations. And so in HCISD, we admire excellence, we aspire for excellence, but we also very much admire versatility and involvement in your community and helping to build your campuses, because that's what you've been doing with all of your work through PTSA particularly and your other activities. You're helping to build your campuses, which then build the Harlingen School District. So thank you very much. I want you to know that we appreciate that very much. We notice it and we commend you for that. And for the rest of your lives, I think it's going to be fabulous to follow what you're doing, because I think you'll be branching out into so many fascinating areas. Congratulations and thank you for all of your contributions to your campuses.
Thank you, Ms. Marie.
If
Dr. Reiniger?
Please, thank you, Mr. President. You know, I wanted to just add that my congratulations, my impressions of just the level of talent that each one of you have brought to the table. You are setting the stage that the students behind you are going to aspire to by the accomplishments, by your dedication, by your diversity, by just everything. It is truly, truly amazing. I also have to say that I love watching your videos. I love seeing pictures of you as you mature through your choices and through your career in high school. I've gotten to know some of you from early on, and now you're seniors, and it's amazing. Like Eric is one I've seen, just grow up, and all of you are just launching yourself into with tremendous opportunities and with great passion. We have no doubt that you will just continue to accomplish so much. Congratulations. You make us so proud, and we just celebrate you.
Thank you, Dr. Reiniger.
I'll just say ditto. Really proud of y'all. Y'all are going to do great things, and don't forget where you came from. Don't forget your reflection of your family, this community, this school district, and we hope many of y'all come back. Hopefully not with your long-term goals of being superintendent, but maybe short-term goals of being superintendent. Anyway, joking aside, can't wait till y'all get back here after y'all do great things you do, and we're really proud of you. So enjoy your senior year, but just know that we're really proud of you, and we're really, we're looking to you to take our seats in the future. Y'all are the servant leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pettis.
Jacqueline, did you say where you wanted to be superintendent? I'm just, the board got very interested when they saw that part of your video. Thank you very much. Jacqueline, her dad and I, we worked in the fields together.
Is that right?
Yep, so that's how far back we go. Jacqueline, don't be in a hurry. It's going to be okay.
I just want to say congratulations again. You guys, and it'll probably reiterate everything and my fellow trustees have said. But you know what? Dr. Cavazos just said something right now that actually has a lot of meaning. He said, "Don't hurry." In a way, you're graduating high school soon, and you're going to go on to college, and go at your pace and enjoy it. Because then you are going to be our future leaders. You are hopefully come back to Harlingen or not, but you're going to be professionals very soon. Enjoy the next few years. Enjoy the rest of your senior year. You got half a year, and some of you guys are still playing football. Eric, some of you all have soccer coming up or other activities that you're in. Enjoy it. There's always going to be time for you to come sit at this table, and you represent as well, and we're extremely proud of you. So enjoy it. Enjoy the rest of your senior year. And just have fun, and congratulations again.
You're going to do a picture, Brianna?
I already did.
Oh, you did, okay.
We'll move on to item number 3A, the approval of minutes for the November 10th, 2020 public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Perez and a second by Mr. Powers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 3B, November 10th, 2020 regular board meeting.
I move approval of the November 10th, 2020 regular board meeting minutes.
Second.
Have a motion by Dr. Reiniger and a second by Mr. Greg Powers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 3C, the November 17th, 2020 special board meeting.
I move that the minutes be approved as submitted.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Powers and a second by Dr. Reiniger. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next, we'll move on to item 4 and our principal's report with Mr. Pedro Sanchez of Coakley Middle School. Mr. Sanchez, take it away.
Do I ask my questions now, or do I after the end?
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Board President, board members, Dr. Cavazos, administration, and audience, thank you for having me this evening and honoring me with giving the principal's report for this month. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and share my screen if I have that capability. I do have a quick PowerPoint for you. There is a video as well. I just wanted to ask Mr. Struppart if I do my presentation first and then we do the video.
Yes, I'll cue your video whenever you are ready to go.
Very well.
Can he share the document? Okay.
Yes, okay.
You want to be superintendent too, Mr. Sanchez? You may as well declare it. My God, everybody's declaring it, so.
I did already put in my application.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
Very good.
We're so live, Mr. Sanchez, just in case you're wondering.
I want to change my questions.
Very well. You should be able to see my screen.
Yes,
We
sir.
can see it, sir.
Very well. Okay. So, good evening again. Thank you for having me. I will be speaking on the engagement of students in the classroom, virtual and in person, and the innovative learning strategies that we are using in the secondary level to make this happen. Before we delve into this particular topic, I can't help but reflect on the journey thus far. I think in March of 2020 of this year, we did find ourselves in a very different world here in our district, of course, as well as the world. But at the drop of a hat, I was very impressed how we were able to put up a virtual learning environment for all of our students in the district. We needed a quarter to finish our 2019-2020 school year. Our virtual work and efforts were more than commendable, but we knew that we had our work cut out for us as we approached the summer and a new school year, the 2020-2021 school year, that was fast approaching and right over the horizon. So we had to get ready. We did put again a great effort at the end of the fourth quarter, but we knew that in getting ready, we were going to have to use our summer. And so in the summer of 2020 was truly an all-out push to take the lessons that we learned from the fourth quarter virtual learning experience that we had. And I know that our Coakley staff fully embraced summer training, but it wasn't just the Coakley staff, the whole district, the district as a whole. We just knew it had to get done, and every single person embraced what had to get done in the summer in order to be ready for our new school year. Our district did provide exemplary guidance and structures by which we as a staff were able to reinvent and reimagine the upcoming learning experience for our students. There were so many meetings, so many sessions, and just groups of people that we just came together as is very typical of HCISD, and we got it done. Other campuses, for example, or like us, other campuses also developed their campus innovation teams, for example. They were made up of a cross-section of their staff. And I know for our campus in particular, my staff members received training throughout the summer, have since been ready to provide their campus colleagues with technology updates and support. All of our teachers received summer training on the learning platforms they would be using in the classroom with their students. We also provided summer workshops for our students, parents, and teachers in the month of August to test out some of our new structures. And as the new school year has progressed, from September until now, we have been perfecting our instructional practices and approaches to ensure the engagement of our students. As I move into this topic of engagement and innovative learning strategies, I do have to take a moment and express how impressed I am and proud of my Coakley teachers and all teachers in the district for the amazing work they have done and continue to do in the virtual, hybrid, and face-to-face classroom. One of the words that comes to mind when I think of my teachers, I know at Coakley Middle School, our teachers have truly proven to be very adaptable. Teachers have held on to traditional strategies that we know work, but have adjusted them to fit the virtual, hybrid, and face-to-face world. So these traditional strategies, we didn't completely throw out the baby with the bathwater, right? We know what good teaching is, what great teaching is. So what we had to do was adapt. And so our teachers, I'll give you some examples of some of the things that we've kept along the way. Some of these examples include just the structures that we see in our teacher learning, teaching learning framework. For example, how to begin a class with a hook, delivering the lesson, and having a closure. So we just had to adapt that to our new reality, right? With not only our face-to-face kids that we have on campus, hybrid kids, but also our kids that have remained remote throughout this time. I also have to speak to the soft skills, things like having to say hello to your teacher upon entering class, check-ins with students to see how they are feeling on a daily basis, and exit tickets that relate to academics, but also at least once a week, we put in a social emotional exit ticket just to quantify how students are feeling, especially for those that are not just the ones that are out remote, but we want to see how the kids that are on campus are feeling as well. So our teachers are just keeping a pulse on how our students are doing. Teachers have also done things I've seen on the campus like virtual raffles, incentives for the kids to keep them engaged. What I mean by that, and the raffles of course are not things that they give to them physically, but it could be like a homework pass, a free homework pass, if you will. Things of that nature, just the little things that really keep kids engaged. Now, before this COVID-19 pandemic hit, we did have a working partnership with Siteless Learning. While Siteless strategies, I know we've spoken about those in the district before. I think everyone knows that term. They are aimed at supporting our English learner population. Early on, we quickly noticed that when implementing sightless strategies, all students from all walks of life benefit from them. And now that we are in the middle of this pandemic, our sightless strategies have helped our teachers with keeping students engaged. Some examples. There's a strategy there that is known as the total response signals. So our teachers have been using these total response signals. For instance, if you have a class and you pose a question to them and you let them know when you have an answer, I need you to put your hand on your head, right? So if you think about that strategy, it's such a simple strategy. However, now that we are experiencing this new reality, right, and we have kids online, one of the struggles we initially faced was kids with their cameras off and the video not on. And so this simple strategy forces a kid to have to turn on the camera because the teacher see your signal, right? And it's a good way or just a different angle by which you can encourage the kid or the student at home turn on their camera. And so by this strategy, again, which is one of our sightless strategies, our teachers have had great success in having them turn on their cameras. It's really simple. Another example is randomize and rotate when calling on students. That just keeps them on their toes. They don't know when you're going to call them, and so they're attentive, and they know that they will need to answer. A different strategy is having students answering complete sentences, both verbally and in writing. That's a wonderful strategy that we've been using for a while, and even now during our pandemic and the hybrid face-to-face and virtual learning, we continue to use these strategies, and all of these consolidate, in a strategy in Sightless known as having students participate in structured conversations, also known as QSSA. The QSSA is an acronym for question, signal, STEM, share, and assess. And so what a teacher does is they pose a question, and I let you know, as a teacher, I let you know when you have your answer. Your signal to let me know that you have your answer is let's say, for example, put your hand on your chin, the thinking pose. So every student has to have their camera on so that the teacher can see, okay, everyone has their hand on their chin, we're ready to go. Then I provide a STEM, meaning I can help you start your answer and you plug in what your answer is. I don't give you the answer, but rather I start your sentence with a STEM, and then you finish that sentence with your answer. But what you can do, or what the teacher can do then, is say, before you give me the answer, here's your STEM. Now you're going to share with a partner. So we've started also now utilizing Zoom. As you well know, everyone's very well versed in Zoom, I would imagine by now. There are some breakout sessions that you can put people in. And so we've been experimenting with that as well. The students get to share with each other, and then the teacher brings them all back as a whole group, and then assesses at the end. Has them share out not only their personal answers, but maybe what did your partner have to say. And so those are just, again, some strategies that we had been using. Our teachers have done a wonderful job of adapting them to our new way of teaching, right, and the learning environments. However, teachers have also been more than willing to step out of their comfort zone and have ventured out to explore different and innovative strategies and resources to make their classrooms engaging and interactive. These are some examples of some of the things that we've been using at the secondary level. You'll notice an image here of the sightless strategies that we use. There is a book that we do follow, the 7 Steps to a Language-Rich Interactive Classroom. Interactive, I think, here being the key word. These strategies truly do have all of the students and the teacher really participate throughout the whole class period. And then also at the secondary level, we have been using, at least for middle school, Google Classroom. I know the high school is using Canvas. And Nearpod is another wonderful tool that is used, I think, across the board. I think elementary and secondary both use Nearpod. Just wonderful programs out there for our teachers and our students. But ultimately, I will say this. These traditional and innovative instructional strategies from our teachers, they all come together to ensure that our students are engaged. The screens are on, students are being held accountable for participating in class. This allows for informal assessments during class and a check for understanding to see if students are understanding instruction. Teachers make our students confident and comfortable with the use of technology. Teachers are making sure that students are interacting, collaborating, playing games with peers in class. All of this, I believe, truly helps engaging our kids with not only the teacher and instruction in the classroom, but most importantly, I believe with each other. To the best of our ability, our engaging classrooms help our students fill the current void of human interaction. So, moving forward, I know we're 3 months in, or 3 months and a half into our school year. By no means are we at the end of our journey, and our teachers will continue to perfect their practice for the sake of our students. We're continuously working with each other, collaborating, meeting. Our district is supporting us along the way. But I will tell you this, that what I see in our teachers' works thus far is commitment to excellence. They are thinking strategically, they are being innovative, they are results-driven, and they are adapting. But the most powerful thing I see in our teachers, and what I am most proud of this school year, is their heart for our students. They are developing themselves and their students. They are effectively communicating with each other, parents, with students. They are collaborating, and they are building those trusting relationships with their students. This has been a difficult school year. I don't have to say that enough. I think we all know that, but everybody's commitment to excellence, but most importantly, the heart, has made and will continue to make this journey not only doable, but enjoyable and hopeful for our students and community, that everything is going to be all right. And I do put a picture of our leadership definition for the district because I think this is one of the most powerful things. There have been several powerful things we have come up with. I have to share with you, this is, I believe, my 9th year in the district, and it's gone by so fast. And I couldn't be happier to be in this district. And just, I couldn't be more impressed that just when you think that everything's been done, here we come up with a beautiful leadership definition, for example. And I tell you that our teachers are truly, and not just our teachers, I think all of our staff, they are truly, they exemplify this definition. And I tell you that while we may be committed to excellence, and yes, we'll put all of the structures in place, and we'll go out and research and bring everything we have to bring in, I think the fact that we do it with heart is what's most impressive in our district. So before I conclude this presentation, I do want to thank from the bottom of my heart, not only our Coakley teachers, but all of our HCISD teachers for answering their vocation to teach and for impacting young lives. A thank you as well to all of our district personnel for doing their jobs to the best of their ability. That is what makes everything possible for our students. A thank you to our wonderful superintendent, amazing superintendent, Dr. Cavazos, all of our amazing senior team for their unwavering support, guidance, and steadiness as we work through this pandemic. And a huge thank you to our school board for believing in us, for your encouragement, and for walking alongside us every single step of the way. I'll open it to question and answer, but I don't know if maybe the video, do we want to play video now, or do we?
Let's go ahead and show the video now,
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez, and then we'll open.
Yes.
My main thing I think that I've used to engage my students is what they call sitelets, the sitelets methods. It's really helped me because it allows me to see the kids and it makes the kids turn the camera on. So if I ask the kids to give me some type of like signal, like put your hand on your head, give me a thumbs up, something, it makes them turn the camera on. So that was a big thing for me in the beginning of the year, is that I was seeing gray screens. And I'm like, okay, this isn't gonna work. Like, I can't teach a gray screen. So when I started using some more of those sitelets methods, I got the kids to turn the screen on. I got more of them to participate. They're not as shy anymore. I've used a lot of sentence stems for them so that they can practice writing incomplete sentences. So overall, I think the sitelet method is awesome. So that's what's really helped me.
This school year has really revamped my whole learning style, learning teaching methods. Again, we're used to doing paper and going to make copies, and this year that was all gone, right? So we did everything digital. So learning how to change your teaching methods and make it work in the digital world was completely different for us, but the training that we received in the summer and learning the Google Classroom, and I also started collaborating with teachers around the nation. You know, everybody was going through the same thing at the same time with the pandemic, so I was getting resources from different social media platforms, and it was great to learn these new resources and learn these new teaching methods to make that connection with our students. So with our engagement, when the students started at the beginning of the year, they were shy. You know how they were nervous, even like in the first getting to know you activities, they're like, oh, I'm nervous, I'm not great with technology. So really with the engagement is first making them comfortable with technology, showing them the basics of how to copy and paste and how to get them used to not be scared of the technology, right? That was one of the first engagement pieces. And then I really have transformed my classroom into a more gamified version. I do a lot of games in my classroom. I do a lot of interactive activities, digital activities with them. It feels sometimes it doesn't feel like we're doing math because they're doing it in the game kind of style version. So they really like that. So in order to engage them, I do a lot of games, a lot of interactive activities. I also recently started doing some collaboration activities where now with the digital, we're missing the whole interaction with students. So how do we do that when we have some kids that are here and some that are remote learning? So I've been doing some on Google Slides and putting some like text boxes on them, and they can chat with each other there. And they're really loving that. It's kind of like what they're used to. They're used to texting with each other. So finding different ways to get them to collaborate and learn from one another has really helped them.
I feel like they've done really good. I feel like they tried their best to keep on the Zoom people and also have like the face-to-face people like still talking kind of at the same time. So I think they've done really good.
There's a lot of different ways of how they've been teaching us. Obviously there's no paper involved, so it's just one thing that we learn every day, something different, something new. There's a lot that I've learned, especially in algebra. There's a lot of things that I wouldn't have expected to learn. They did a really good job, and for all the subjects too, for science, reading.
That's super.
Wow.
Thank you for your attention. That's what I have. So I'll open it to any questions or more information that you would like.
Any comments from the board?
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Dr. Arnett.
Congratulations, et cetera. Mr. Sanchez, you know, I have such tremendous respect for you and the whole Coakley team, and really for this topic in particular. You know, I teach one class a week for a few hours, and I laugh because I enjoy it tremendously, and I too am thinking about, you know, how do you keep the students engaged, and how do you do this work? And I'm learning from you. So just so you know, I'm like, okay, I'm going to try that now. And but it is true. At every level, we can be learning from each other if we're open to it. And I think that's exactly what you portrayed. It's not just doing the work, right, to get prepared, but it's troubleshooting, and it's rethinking, and it's sharing, and it's collaborating, and it's just, it's all out on the work that you all have had to do. And it comes from your leadership and your team just being so dedicated to it. And without that engagement, we're missing so much that these students can learn, and the social interaction. Anyway, I just loved everything you said about the strategies. Thank you to you and your whole staff, and to your students. Right? They're in it with you, and you know, I know all of us, we truly appreciate the effort, and it's you as principals and leaders who are taking these ideas and making it work and adjusting. So thank you. Tremendous effort.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Arnett.
Mr. President, can I? Yes, so I just I appreciate the talk tonight, Pedro, and thanks for your heavy lifting and for empowering your teachers to do great work, you know, there at Coakley. But you know, in many ways, this is just a microcosm of what's happening across the entire district. But not only that, of course, the Rio Grande Valley, the state, the nation, right? And so everyone's going through these challenges. I happen to think we're doing it so much better here than other places, but of course I have a little bit more knowledge of what we're doing here. But I can tell you so many of the things you talked about and you guys talked about in the videos about technology, right? And the use of technology because of our present day situation. But in the end of the day, the technology are just tools. And we see that clearly, we've always seen that clearly here at HCISD, even when the fancy new sexy tool was just an iPad, you know, and we always knew it was a tool. It's really about the learning and how do you use that tool to really enhance the learning. And so this was just a sort of a natural transition. It was an abrupt disruption. It's a continuous state of disruption that we're living in 2020 and beyond. And so, but we just, you know, put our pants on, come to work. It's just another day, and it's what we do. We innovate and we just think of ways to inspire our kids and teach our kids. But so what I love about Harlingen is it's always about the learning. And so thank you for that. I think I can't say it better than Belinda did, but you know, what I see now happening is the collaboration has never been at this scale, not only with our students, but with our teachers. And, you know, if you look right now of what you guys are doing in terms of sharing best practices, it's never been at this level before, this scale, or this frequency. It's probably, you know, every hour of every day, your teachers are collaborating and sharing best practices and things like that, whether it's in face-to-face or virtually. So that's just amazing. And I see a natural transition to sort of comprehension-based or competency-based learning, because it's like, it's just, you know, kind of inherent to what, you know, what you're doing. And that's kind of cool because now we can question everything from calendars to, you know, all schedules to all kinds of things. And so this is really awesome. And so we all talk about the huge benefits here, which are the students. They're benefiting greatly from what we're doing because guess what? They're going to see it again when they go to college. The same things that we're dealing with now. In fact, I guarantee we'll be teaching more college classes now on HCISD going forward than ever before. But what I'm most excited about is I think this pandemic and really using this crisis as a catalyst for innovation opportunity. I really think that the thing I'm most excited about, because it can provide scale, is how quickly it's improved teaching all at once like that. And so, anyway, really impressed for everything y'all are doing, and keep up the great work. We're not done yet. We're just getting started, but really proud of what y'all are doing, and you guys are really trailblazers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pettis.
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yeah, certainly I concur with my esteemed colleagues, Mr. Sanchez, and eloquently spoken. I just want to say thank you. I really want to thank you because for most of us, we do not have an opportunity to see what is taking place. We hear about it, we study it, we read about it, but you have really given me the best glimpse of what is actually going on in our classrooms and in our teachers' minds, and as you say, in their hearts. That was so clearly evident with the teacher examples that you used, that the heart really came through. And I just I'm fascinated with the different approaches and, you know, the different strategies that you're coming up with. And I appreciate that from an intellectual point of view, but I especially appreciate having the opportunity to see it taking place. So thanks for that so much. I really needed that, and I appreciate it. And kudos to all of you at Coakley. We're thinking of you all of the time, and we're so proud of you. We're just so proud of the, as Nolan says, instant innovation and the manner in which you all have taken this on. And now I'm just pleased to know how you're really doing it. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I too just want to say thank you, Mr. Sanchez. I know it can be easy during these times, but you guys should just continue to press on and the students are the ones that are going to benefit from everything. So thank you for all the work you do, your staff, your teachers, everybody at Coakley. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we'll move on to the approval of the consent calendar. I am going to take the liberty to take out one item that we're going to talk about. That's item 5D, budget amendments. Mr. Julio Cavazos?
Do you want to approve the
Actually,
consent calendar?
yeah, a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented, with the exception of the budget amendments, and which we'll discuss separately.
A motion by Dr. Pettis,
Second.
second by Mr. Powers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Now we'll discuss the budget amendments. Mr. Julio Cavazos?
Thank you, Mr. Hyman, Dr. Cavazos, board members. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So we appreciate you taking this item out of consent. Actually, you know, we did this budget amendment late Friday. We're proposing to increase our Function 11 cost by about $2.8 million and take that of fund balance. And the reason for that is that we learned late Friday that we can qualify for a reimbursement from the federal government up to 75% of this lease that we entered into early on in the year, but we have to convert that into a purchase. So we talked to the Texas Department of Emergency Management on Friday afternoon, and they say, yeah, if you can convert it into a purchase, it'll qualify for the Corona Relief Fund, and we would get reimbursed 75% of those dollars. So the entire lease was about $4 million, and it was a lease for Apple products. So we'll get reimbursed 75% of that, which is $3 million. We had already paid $1 million, so that's why this is 2.87 that we need to pay in addition to that $1 million. And we're certainly recommending approval for the board to approve. Be glad to answer any questions the board might have.
Mr. President, so is it only limited to that specific type of purchase, Julio?
No, there's actually some, it was, for some technology devices, some Wi-Fi hotspots, items that were purchased between a certain period from, believe, March the 20th to May the 21st.
Can we find about $10 more million of stuff to spend on buy right now? I mean, let's take advantage.
Say no, Julio, say no, say no.
This is a great deal. I mean, come on, this is like a free TRE. We don't even have to get a public vote on it. I mean,
No, and I think it was good news for us. Originally, they had said no, it wasn't going to qualify, but we asked if we could appeal it, and so we had a meeting with them on Friday, and they came back and said, look, it should qualify, so they allowed it, and so we're happy with that, and yeah, we can get reimbursed 95% of that. That's certainly good news.
great job, Julio.
Thank you, Julio. Do you have a motion?
Move approval as presented.
Dr. Pettis, second by Mr. Greg Powers. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Julio. Next, we'll move on to public comments for agenda topics. Ms. Brown, do we have public comments for agenda topics?
No, sir, we don't.
I have. Oh.
Thank you. Do we have a public, next we'll move on to item number 7, public audience for non-agenda topics. Do we have a public audience for non-agenda topics?
No, sir, we don't.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next, move on to item number 8, matters relating to transformation and school support. Item 8, Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee Report, Dr. Alicia Noyola.
Thank you, Mr. President, Dr. Cavazos, board members, senior administration, and audience. Earlier this month, we held our regularly scheduled Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee meeting. As usual, we brought forward 2 topics for discussion. The first one is a recurring topic. That presentation was done by Mrs. Veronica Corton, our Administrator for Organizational Development, and she took that time to give an update on our teacher incentive allotment. As you know, Harlem CISD is in the process of creating a local designation system by which we would identify our high-performing teachers across our district. And so that local designation system will be submitted to the Texas Education Agency as part of our teacher incentive allotment application. So we've had a lot of discussion around the impact that the teacher incentive allotment can have on our district as we move forward. And so with a topic that is so impactful, we recognize the importance of hearing the voice of our stakeholders and seeking their input. So this particular presentation focused on the various layers of stakeholders that will be participating in the development of this designation system. And so Mrs. Corton shared that plan that includes our design teams. We've seen design teams as a critical part of the work that we do across our school district. And so once again, we will develop design teams that will assist us in this process. We will also have teacher focus groups to get feedback from them on what does constitute that high-performing teacher. We will once again engage our teachers of the year. They've been a valuable voice throughout the last few years in providing that teacher feedback. And then we have also included our District Education Improvement Council, which is a cross-section of various stakeholders, teachers, community members, parents, et cetera. So that voice is going to be a critical part as we develop the designation system. And then ultimately we have one large TIA leadership team. And so that team will take all of this feedback that comes forward and assist in the development of our designation system. This group is going to be guided in their work by Dr. Daryl Mickle and Gracie Gutierrez, who are going to be lead researchers. So as the work happens, any discussion that really merits some additional research work, these two people will take the time to do that and bring that information back to the leadership team. And so all of this work will be coming back to our Board of Trustees at the next few Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee meetings with an ultimate plan to submit our application to the Texas Education Agency in April. And so you will continue to hear updates as we move along over the next few months. The second topic was a COVID-19 update, and so that update was done by Debbie Scoggin, our Assistant Superintendent for Human Services. So we recognize that there have been a lot of impacts across the district from COVID-19. One of the areas that we had not had a lot of chance to talk about was the impact of COVID on staffing. And so as part of her presentation, Mrs. Scoggin spoke about that impact. When we looked at the areas of retirement, we obviously had an increased number of people that retired this school year. And so that created some impacts in terms of long-term substitutes for some of these folks. We also recognize that we've had to have some of our teachers go home as part of COVID-19 quarantines. And so every time that we don't have a teacher in the classroom, the need exists for a substitute. And so she talked a little bit about what those impacts have looked like. We've also seen impacts in other areas. When we talk about areas like our child nutrition department, our custodial department, those two have seen the impacts of COVID in terms of having staff out and then having to have substitutes come forward. And so obviously with COVID-19, our substitutes also have some reservations with regard to coming back into the school system. And so as we discuss strategies on how do we meet the need of staffing our classrooms and our child nutrition department or our custodial staff, we had a discussion around the need to make adjustments to the substitute rate of pay for this school year. And so later this evening, you will hear an item brought forward for consideration to increase that substitute pay rate. And so that we hope that with that adjustment, we will see some additional people come forward assisting us in our substitute classrooms and various positions across the district. Those were our two topics that we spoke about. I think both of them are going to have impacts that will assist us as we move forward the rest of this school year. Dr. Reiniger chairs our Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee meeting, and so I'll turn it over to her for any additional comments.
Thank you, Dr. Nayola. Yeah, so, as always, the presenters, Ms. Cortan and Ms. Scoggins did a wonderful job of going into detail and giving us the insight that we needed as a board to understand this. I think that, for me, the theme of this was that our work and our understanding as professionals in this age of COVID it's unfolding. We're learning more as we go, and it keeps unfolding. And the excellence that HCISD brings to the table is that we stay ahead of things as they unfold. So with the teacher incentive allotment, we are fully in on planning. We are going to do this right. There's a commitment to making sure that the measurement of high-quality teaching is done fairly, and that we can have certainty in the way we roll out this particular program. And the cross-section of stakeholders that are being engaged in this effort is going to make all the difference. And so I commend the district and on this work and the presentation of it to us, so that we can ask questions and keep watching it unfold in such a positive way. And then with COVID-19, the district really has done just a tremendous job of thinking through all of the details. And as we're, again, rolling out and we're deep into the school year, it's good to know that we're on top of the issue of how do we compensate substitutes, how do we ensure that we have a qualified pool of people to serve in that role. And the district is really taking this on, I think, in a proactive way, in the way that we should. So it was a really terrific report and presentation, and I commend the group and look forward to the next installment as our work unfolds.
Mr. President?
Yes,
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Reininger, for your leadership on this, and of course, Dr. Nayola and of course, Veronica. My question, real quick, and then brief comment, is just sort of when, maybe I missed this, but when will we ultimately approve the teacher allotment situation? When is that going to be up for board approval?
So that, based on our timeline, we're targeting April coming up for board approval. Talked to Dr. Reininger as the chairperson for Transforming Teaching and Learning. We've scheduled an update on our work for every meeting moving forward in Transforming Teaching and Learning for that purpose, because it is a heavy lift. There's a lot of people involved in the process, and so we want to keep the board involved and also keep them up to date, but giving them an opportunity to give input along the way in the process.
So I just want to, I mean, again, I just want to thank, as mentioned previously, just want to thank y'all for the work and really for taking us through a great process here. I guess I will ask, I mean, I trust you guys will put your brain power on it and continue to engage the board and pull the board and of course, as you're doing with the committee structure, you really, kind of take our pulse on what's going on, because I think we're only going to be value add in this whole process. But I will also ask you to, obviously, and I'm sure you're doing this, but work with your colleagues around the region, across the state, even Holdsworth, because I guarantee you that there's something to be learned from what other people are doing. So we'd love to hear back from you guys and say, to learn about what other people are doing and what they're thinking about. And so, we don't have all the answers here. We have like 99% of them, but we don't have all of them. But it would be nice to just kind of get your input, because you all have the relationships out there in the public education space to really get their input as well. And so anyway, I just wanted to add that. But thanks for the great work. Keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baker.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. Next, move on to item 9, matters relating to curriculum and instruction. Consideration and approval of incentive agreement for voluntary early notification of resignation from employment. Ms. Veronica Corpa.
Mr. President, board members, Dr. Cavazos, senior team, and audience, I am here this evening to bring forward the consideration and approval of incentive agreement for voluntary early notification of resignation from employment, otherwise known in our district as the 543 model. We have had a lot of success with our 543 model, which essentially gives us the opportunity to offer a $500 incentive for those who declare early their intent to resign or retire at the end of the year. That would be a $500 stipend starting in January, a $400 stipend in February, and a $300 stipend in March. In years past, this has yielded some great success. We're able to get a leg up on our talent acquisition, and so the early notification definitely has been a value add for our district. This evening, board, the administration recommends the approval of the voluntary early notification of resignation 543 model for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez. What is the pleasure of the board?
Move approval as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Dr. Pettis, a second by Mr. Greg Powers.
And question,
Any further discussion?
while we're waiting for Dr. Roniger to get back, I'm sure she's
Yeah.
coming back. I guess, I think I may have asked a question like this before, but I'm having a deja vu moment, but are we looking at this yearly to find out if this is the right sort of dollar amount and what the feedback, do we get feedback from our own people? I'm sure they're going to want more, but I mean, yes, I don't know how to ask the question, but are we kind of assessing it to see like, okay, do we feel like this is the best kind of like, you know what I mean, best plan for the bang for the buck, so to speak? Can you work me through that kind of?
Sure. So we have worked with our people that are exiting, and we've talked to them, particularly the $500 ones, right? Because as they're coming in, that $500 incentive is certainly enticing. What we have looked at is that on the average, we have about between 35 and 40 individuals that take advantage of it. As far as last year was concerned, we didn't have a chance to wrap around with them at the end of the year just because of how we closed the year. But we do talk to our people exiting, and we ask them about the incentive. I will tell you that we will work through the 543 model this year, and perhaps in the fall of next year, start looking at that again, just because we want to make sure that the incentive is enticing enough to get the information that we need.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sir.
We can vote.
We can vote.
Yeah, we can go ahead and vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Cortez.
Thank you.
Next, move on to item number 10, matters related to business services. Item A, consideration and approval of the 2019-2020 independent audit. Mr. Julio Cavazos.
Thank you, Mr. Jaimes, Dr. Cavazos, board members. Earlier tonight, Quentin Anderson with CARS, Rick and Ingram presented the financial audit report to the audit committee meeting. He is here to briefly go over the presentation, but I do want to note that we ended up the year with a $47.6 million fund balance, 42 of which is unassigned, which is some pretty good size fund balance. But Quentin's going to go over the report, and if they have any questions, the board can ask Quentin. Quentin.
Thank you, Mr. Cavazos. Yes, we did have an opportunity to meet with the audit committee earlier today, and previously met with the superintendent and your administration. We reviewed the comprehensive annual financial report and the recommendations that we made to management in terms of control-related matters. I want to highlight for you, as Mr. Cavazos indicated, he had healthy fund balance that was reported. The auditor's report was unmodified in terms of the opinion, which is what you would expect as board members. We also tested compliance with tested controls over financial reporting and compliance, and we issued a report dealing with compliance with major federal program requirements and internal controls over that compliance. And what our report indicated, besides an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, our report indicated there were no matters of noncompliance that the board would be concerned with, no material deficiencies or significant deficiencies noted in that process as well. And so the report in every aspect was favorable for the district. We did go over major activities affecting financial information and reviewed that in detail. Had summarized information on capital asset activity and long-term debt, and I think we were able to cover the report in a great amount of detail, almost an hour of discussion with the audit committee. So I'd be glad to address any questions that you might have. I think that you should have a bound draft of the report in your possession, and perhaps even PDF copies that were sent out as well, and along with our advisory comments and communications with governance.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Mrs. Fleury is the chairman of the audit committee meeting. I don't know if she would like to add anything.
Thank you, Mr. Cavazos. I would just like to assure the board that, as Mr. Anderson has explained, we spent almost an hour working through this, listening to a very highly complex report. I believe you said a couple of hundred pages. Quentin expertly summarized as always. It is certainly reassuring to receive the kinds of reports that we have once again had the privilege of receiving. We thank Mr. Cavazos, Julio Cavazos, and his staff, Nellie Ledesma and her associate for all of the fine work that they are doing. I believe that at least twice during the conversation, the presentation that Quentin was making, he remarked on the fact that, that in the midst of all of this work, that we were really seeing some kinds of results that not all school districts have the privilege of seeing. And so we're very grateful for that once again. The committee asked whatever questions they needed to have, and we were well satisfied with the report and very grateful.
Oh.
If you have any additional questions, please feel free.
You are using device audio.
Excuse me?
Oh, you're good. You're good, Jerry. Go ahead.
Okay, we'll go ahead and vote on this. What is the pleasure of the board?
I move for approval.
Motion by Mr. Power, second by Dr. Pettis.
Second motion.
Thank you.
I do
I would
have
just
a-
like to explain I was talking, but not correctly muted, so thank you.
Dr. Pettis, you had a comment?
Yeah, I do have so appreciate the great work, Quentin. I'll ask a question. I don't know if you're the one to answer that, or maybe Art or Julio, but since the fund balance is getting so large now, I guess I have a question the question is, I know all the upsides to the fund balance being so large. Is there a downside to the fund balance being so large? And I guess what I have to say is, if you compare us to other comparable sized districts, is there any precedent to either from a federal or state funding standpoint where districts have been penalized in some way by having such a large fund balance? Julio, can you answer that question, or Art?
Sure, I can start off by answering the question. So I don't think our fund balance is that large. It's within the 3 months of operations that we have, so it's about the right size. Our board policy requires us to have 2 months of operations. So the $42 million unassigned is a little bit, about 2.5 months. So it's around with that in that area. Yeah, and I think in the upcoming session, I think the state's going to be looking at large fund balances from school districts and see if they're appropriately using their funds. So I think they could get penalized as we see a shortfall in state revenues, that they might come back to the school district and say, you have a healthy fund balance, you need to use some of that money as well. So I think we're within our 3 months, so I think our fund balance is appropriate.
That's interesting, because you bring up a really good point, and I realize now that we have grown so much, because this type of balance 5 or 6 years ago would have been incredible.
Yeah.
But we've got all the new campuses and all the new
Programs.
facilities, and it really just.
Well,
dawned on me,
and
but
Mr.
you have a
Powell-
great point.
Well, and Mr. Powers, I'll remind you, but I'll state the obvious, what we all know. Because of the TRE,
Yeah.
we can see the trajectory. We've already seen it grow in the last few years, so you can extrapolate it out, so where. So I guess the question will be, Julio, maybe by the next board meeting, or by Friday, you can do the number so fast in your head, I'm sure. Maybe by Friday's administrative packet, you can tell us what our fund balance is projected to be in 5 years. And I guess the question is right back at you. Will it be a problem then? Now, I guess that's not a fair question for you, sir, because you probably don't know what's going to happen to the district. Maybe other schools will have to be built, or we don't know all that. So it's probably not a fair question. But without additional expenditures on structures and facilities, I bet you can give us a good idea what it could be in 5 years based on based on the clip it's actually grown in the past few years. And that would be an interesting thing that we have to start thinking about, because as you said, we have to pay attention to that dialogue in Austin, because we have to kind of see what are they penalizing other districts for. And we don't ever want to be a part of that conversation, right? And again, I don't think that we're holding back anything we should be spending. I mean, we're doing everything we should be doing to create the safest and best environments, learning environments for our children. And I mean, if you look at our salaries, what we're paying our teachers and everything else, I mean, I think we're doing great. So I don't think that we're like, shortchanging the community or students. I mean, on the contrary, we're doing above and beyond. But I guess it's still a good conversation and dialogue to have and a thing to learn from other schools. I mean, it's always nice to learn vicariously from other people's mistakes than for us to fall into a trap where so I would ask you to kind of project that out and extrapolate what it would be in 5 years, because it's growing pretty quick because of the TRE.
Absolutely, I can certainly do that. But one thing to keep in mind is 5 or 6 years ago, our expenditures weren't as high as they are now. So the fund balance grows in proportion with our annual budget. And yeah, 5 or 6 years ago, we still had a 2.5, 3 month operation as far as the fund balance. It might have been $35 million, but it was proportionate to our expenditures, right? So yeah, it has grown, but also our budget has grown.
And I think that the other important thing is that, and I think we spoke a little bit about this, is that we're at the point where our financial advisors need to come in and do a workshop with the board so that we can look at, we refunded 2 bond packages and saved over $20 million in the life of those bonds, right? And now we see that every year we add what we call $10 million to our budget because of the TRE to continue to invest in our facilities. And so, but in a whole package, we need to look at our financial strength and then what are the major things that are coming up within the next 5 years, to Dr. Perez's point, because there may be some expenditures and heavy lifting that the board wants to take on moving forward. Having said that, it's great to have this kind of fund balance where Julio can bring a budget amendment saying, I need to take $2.8 million out of fund balance, pay off the lease so that we can get 75 cents on the dollar. And so, but this is because of the fiscal responsibility of this board and the administration that we're having this conversation. But I think that it is very appropriate to have a deep dive into the overall financial status of our district and moving forward and plan forward, because it's time to plan the next 5 years of the TRE budget.
Mr. President, may I ask one quick question,
Yes,
please?
ma'am.
And then I believe, anyway, one quick question. Julio, we've heard that and I appreciate so much your reminding us, because I think we've all were surprised by the size of the number. I was thinking that as Quentin was speaking earlier this evening, because we're accustomed to 30 to 35. And so here 47, that was a large one. But you're putting it in perspective, of course, is very significant, which is percentage-wise, it's the same amount it's always been. In this district, because we've tried so hard to stay within the 3-month period. And of course, we have experienced a disastrous turn down from the legislature in the past in terms of funding, where we would have been really up the creek without a paddle if we had not had the fund balance that we had. So we were among the more fortunate districts because we had, again, maintained that within the 3 months. My question is, who gives the directive or the suggestion of the 3 months? I'm not sure I know that. Is that a legislative suggestion? Is that a TASB suggestion? We honor that suggestion. Who gives us that suggestion and or requirement?
Sure. So in order to maximize, the financial indicators, financial reporting system of Texas, in order to maximize that question on reserves, you have to have 90 days of cash on hands, right? Which is 3 months.
It's from there.
That's where that comes from. So 3 months is generally a rule of thumb. And I mean, you want to have a good fund balance, especially when you go out for a bond election or refunding the bonds. I mean, some good reserves reflect good on the bond purchasers, hopefully get you a better interest rate. So you want to have between 2 and 3 months. I mean, that's pretty much the rule of thumb.
Thank you.
And I'll just...
I would interject, who makes that rule? We always say the auditors do, right? It's a question of, what's a healthy reserve, right? I mean, you think about it in terms of 3 months of operations. Wow, man, I hope my business has more than 3 months of life in it, right? So you think that's big, but $47 million, maybe we overemphasized what we were trying to say. I was trying to say, I think Julio was trying to say, you've got a healthy fund balance. $47 million on $188 million in general fund expenditures, it was 25%. It was, practically exactly 3 months. You as a board have decided you want at least 2 months, right? So you have a little bit more than that, but jump back when you have time, not now, and it's a good question, Dr. Pettis, to have Julio jump into. But if you go back into page 142, 143 in the CAFR, because you guys have done a comprehensive annual financial report, you have some good statistics, and you have a 10-year running history of what your fund balance has been. So you've got that information for him to do that. The past 10 years, he can trend forward to the current 10 years, but you've gone from about this 30 million back in 2011 to 42 million of unassigned fund balance in 2020. But also in that report on page 146 and 147, there's governmental fund expenditures by function, and it'll show you over the past 10 years, you've grown in total governmental fund expenditures, from 185 million to 240 million. So what Julio was trying to say is, yeah, the fund balance has grown, but it's grown in relation to our overall total expenditures. And so I'd never say you have too much money, Mr. Cavazos.
And I would love to.
But it is an analysis, and it is a risk. It is a risk that the state says, hey, we're running out of money to give to everybody. So and they've had that assessment before. There's been studies by the legislature saying, well, if the school districts are hoarding too much money, then maybe we don't need to give them much money. But you're not far off from the first rating criteria that Mr. Cavazos talked about. They've got this grading score that they're expecting you. If you want to get all the points in the system, this 90 days of cash reserves, that's just, the state's guidelines, and so I don't think you're far off, but that's a very worthy analysis. And I think because you guys do a CAFR, you have so much statistical information that ought to be an exercise that would be good for you, and that Mr. Cavazos should have the tools to do.
And I'll just say that I would love to Julio to see that, and I agree with you. It has grown with a budget, but I would love to see that, because I bet 2 to 3 range. Yeah, we've always been there, but I would venture to say that when we were at 30 million, we were closer to the 2 times in-month operations. Now we're closer to the 3 times. I think we've grown that much to where, yeah, we're still on the same range, 2 to 3 times a month our operations, but for monthly operation expenditures. But I think now we're closer to 3, and back then we're closer to 2. Prove me wrong on that, but I'd love to see that. But I do love what Art mentioned earlier. Let's put this on the holistic. Let's put this discussion in the mix of the holistic discussion of just the financial planning and the big picture of our debt to ratio for the district and all this other discussions that we need to have. So thank you for reminding me of that, Doc.
Thank you, Dr. Pettis. Let's go ahead and vote. We had a motion by Mr. Powers and a second by Dr. Pettis. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Julio Cavazos. Item 10B is consideration and approval to award construction services contract for the Harlingen CISD vestibule safety improvements at Dishman, Rodriguez, and Wilson Elementary Schools, number CNST 1220. Mr. Julio Cavazos.
Thank you, Mr. James. Dr. Cavazos, board members, hope you can see this item on your screen. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So we did solicit some bids for some vestibules at 4 campuses, Dishman, Rodriguez, and Wilson, actually 3 campuses, that was funded through a federal grant. And, we ranked the proposals that we received 4, and we're recommended to award it to the highest ranking offer, which is Small Glass. There were also the low bid on this particular project, $278,000. Our actual budget for this was $300,000. Again, we're using some grant money to fund these vestibules. Be glad to answer any questions the board members might have.
Good idea.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cavazos. Do we have a motion?
I move for approval as recommended by staff.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Powers, a second by Dr. Reininger. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Cavazos. Move on to item number 11A, consideration and approval of long-term substitute rate of pay for the 2020-2021 school year. Ms. Coggin?
Good evening, Mr. Jaimes, Dr. Cavazos, members of the board, and audience. At last week's Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee meeting, we discussed a recommendation to increase the rate of pay for long-term substitutes for the 2021 school year due to the current COVID-19 pandemic. At this time, administration recommends approval as presented.
Mr. President, move approval as presented.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Perez, a second by Dr. Reininger. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Coggin. Item number 12, matters relating to district operations. 12A, approval of final construction payment to Noble Texas Builders for the Vernon World Languages Academy Phase 2 renovations. Mr. Oscar Tapia.
Yes, President Jaimes, members of the board, Dr. Cavazos. We're presenting a final payment to Noble Construction in the amount of $10,937.35 for the completion of the Vernon World Languages Academy Phase 2. The only thing pending there was some finish work and the replanting of the tree. And architect has reviewed punch list. Everything is complete, so we're recommending final approval. This was presented at the Facilities Committee meeting.
Mr. President, I move approval as presented of the replanting of the tree, of the item as presented.
Motion by Dr. Perez.
I'm gonna have to get my hose and go in and water it though.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Greg Powers. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 12B, approval of final construction payment to Spall Glass Contractors, Inc. for the Gutierrez Middle School renovations Phase 1 project. Mr. Oscar Tapia.
Yes, President Jaimes, members of the board, Dr. Cavazos, this is another final payment to Spall Glass Construction on the Gutierrez Middle School Phase 1. Final payment is in the amount of $103,575.63. Architect has reviewed the project, has reviewed the punch list, everything's complete. So we're recommending release of the final payment, and again, this was also presented at the Facilities Committee meeting.
I move for approval.
Motion by Mr. Powers,
Second.
second by Dr. Reininger. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Now, item 12C is the Facilities and Safety Committee report. Mr. Oscar Tapia.
Yes, President Jaimes, members of the board, Dr. Cavazos, colleagues. We did have a Facilities Committee meeting on December 1st. We discussed a few items. The first one was the traffic study by the City of Harlingen on 13th Street in front of Harlingen High School. There were 5 recommendations in the report to improve the pedestrian safety for the school. The city is recommending 2 of them to do some restriping and crosswalk area at the intersection of Marshall and 13th Street, and to also put some flashing beacon lights. The city's going to be paying for those improvements at 100%. So they've already started that work. The other item was a presentation of the annual electrical consumption report, illustrating the kilowatt hours and cost for the year. We had an 8% overall decrease in kilowatt hours, resulting in a savings of about $283,000 from the previous year. Of course, some of that was because of the COVID, less population, the closing of schools over the summer, very few summer programs. And also we had a better rate on the bid that Mr. Cavazos and business department helped us lock into a long-term rate, a lower cost. We also went over the TRE projects. The Treasure Hills is a big project. We're closing out the Phase 1. We're reviewing the final punch list and payment on that one. And on the second phase, we're about 35% complete. They're drilling piers for the foundations, they're doing parking lot work, underground, storm drain, electrical and plumbing, everything that goes into the ground. And they're gonna start forming up for the slabs on the additions. On Vernon Phase 3, we're also, like I said, 100% complete. We just approved the final payment. The school entry vestibules, we just awarded those after we ranked them. Spa Glass Construction is the contractor we'll be working with. The early college high school UTRGV campus is about 35% complete. They've got all slabs down, they got steel going up, metal stud walls, they got already ductwork going up, electrical rough-ins and sheathing around the exterior of the building. So it's on schedule, it's going good. We haven't had any major delays or anything like that. So the Transition Academy also, we're progressing very good. It's about 45 to 50% complete. We got the roofing system on, exterior sheathing, they're installing AC ducts and piping inside, rough-in work for the electrical. And that's pretty much it. We got a meeting tomorrow to review some samples of some products. With the Edis Fine Arts Academy, this is Phase 2. We're gonna be bidding out some exterior work to screen the chiller, do some painting work, the exterior trim, an outdoor canopy for the science and robotics curriculum program, and some artwork on the outside. So the bids come in next week for that project. Marquees, I presented all the PAC marquee that's completed, the Harlingen High School South, Vernon, Gutierrez, Zavala. Those are going up as we speak, one at a time, but they're making progress. And the Bogus Stadium coping stones is complete already. Just need the final punch list from the architect, and we'll be ready to close that one out. We did present one change order for the Phase 3 Vernon for Language Academy on a project underground to prevent some erosion that was happening in the courtyard. And the final payment for Gutierrez Middle School was discussed at the Facilities Committee meeting. And then Julio Cavazos closed it out by giving our construction financial report on the TRE projects. And then the meeting was adjourned. So Mr. Powers is our facilities chair, so I'll turn it over to him if he's got anything additional to add to this presentation.
The only thing is, Oscar, that was really impressive I mean, there's nothing good about this COVID thing at all, but can you or Julio tell the members that weren't here approximate savings that we've had this year? It's pretty significant. Julio, do you remember the amount, more or less?
On the utilities?
Yeah, utility costs. I mean, it's been.
I think Oscar mentioned about $230,000, Oscar?
283,000 less.
I'm sorry, did he say that?
200,
I'm
no, he didn't
sorry.
say it. He just
Okay,
said it now.
super. No, that's really super. Everything is wonderful. Oscar, what about the brick? What do we have to decide on the brick at Early College?
On the brick, they were trying to get the one that was specified, that standard with the UT system, but Acme, the brick company that they get it from, has been closed, and they're not gonna reopen until February. So it's causing some delays that the brick, now that they've submitted their order, won't be until May. That's gonna cause a couple of months delay. So they're looking at an alternate brick that they received, they're gonna receive tomorrow. And they're going to do a little mock-up wall. It's a standard, it doesn't have a lot of those dots and a little bit of a design that the UT system wanted. This is more of a plain brick, but it's two different shades of orange and tan, or brown and tan, and so we're gonna do a mock-up of that blend. It looks exactly like the brick that they wanted, just doesn't have the little dots. And if UT's okay with it, we're going to accept it and move on.
Great.
Oscar, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
That brick, I don't know if it's the same brick, but Ramiro Resendez, I think he bought, I think it was 1,000 pallets of the brick of where it was sold. I wonder if it's the same one where maybe you can buy it from them. From Tejano Block and Brick?
Tejano? I'm not sure. I'd have to ask the contractor to go look at it.
Because I know that they were selling it at one time, and it was the brick from UTRGV, and there was a lot of leftover brick that I think UTRGV didn't end up using it, and it was auctioned and it was sold, and he bought a lot of it. And so it may be that same brick.
It may be the brick that they wanted us to take, because they took delivery of a large quantity of brick, but it looked like somebody had sprayed oil on it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It's just a pigment in it, and it just, we went out and looked at it, and we decided that it just wasn't attractive. They were gonna make us a great deal on it, but it just didn't, it didn't look good. And so, Oscar, is the brick you're gonna get, I know when we were out there, we talked about the first buildings that UTRGV built, at the medical.
It's going to be closer to that.
To the original.
It's gonna look closer to that brick,
complex. Yeah,
yes.
that's great, that's great. Okay, well, everything else is great. Y'all are doing a great job. I
Hey,
commented.
Greg, I don't mean to interrupt, but my point is, it may be the same brick, and you may not need to wait. So you may want to reach out to him to see if it's the same brick. If it's not the same brick, absolutely, move forward. But if it's exactly the same brick, why wait till May?
Yep, that's a good point. Oscar, you'll look into it?
That's a great.
Yeah, I'll look into it because the brick that they told us was at the brick yard, that they're still holding it, and then they haven't sold it to anybody. So this might be a different brick that Javier's referring to.
Yeah.
So we can look into it and refer the contractor to it.
Good idea, good idea. Thank you, Oscar. As we talked about at the facilities meeting, I'm always amazed at all the projects we have going on, and everything's going smoothly, and just, it's amazing all the work that you and your crew have. So thank you for a good job.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Oscar.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Fleury.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Harmis. I just would like to, I would just like to expand upon Mr. Powers' expression of appreciation. When we brought Oscar here, we thought things were going pretty well. But I happened to run into a member of the Brownsville School Board at the time, and several of you, including Oscar, have heard this before, but it bears repeating at least once a year, Oscar. And he stopped me in a public place and said, in a very unhappy and perhaps a little bit angry voice, "You could have taken anyone, including any superintendent we have ever had in Brownsville, and it would have been fine with us. But you took Oscar Tapia." And he said, "That is not fine with Brownsville. You have taken the finest person that we've ever had." And Oscar, I don't know how we would have accomplished what we've been accomplishing with such expertise and so swiftly if we had not had you. So once again, thank you so very, very much for making the decision to join us at HCISD, and thanks for proving that man absolutely right. We did the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Fleury.
Thank you.
Ditto.
Ditto.
Yeah, ditto all
Well
of
said.
Thank
Well
you.
said, thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. Next, we'll move on to item 13, adjournment into closed session for action on matters discussed in executive session. A, discussion regarding bids received at the November 3rd, 2020 tax resale on properties struck off to Cameron County for itself and other taxing jurisdictions. B, discuss employment of teachers and other professional staff. C, discuss superintendent's summative evaluation and contract. We're now adjourned into executive session.
Hold on, we're still live.
That was good. I like that.
Stand by.
Aye.
5, 4, 3, 2.
No,
We're live.
Okay, we're
Okay, we're live. We're back, we're reconvening into open session for action on matters discussed in executive session. Item 14A, consideration of bids received, can you hear me? Of bids received at the November 3rd, 2020 tax resale on property struck off to Cameron County for itself and other taxing jurisdictions.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the bids received as advised to us in executive session for the November 3rd, 2020 tax resale on property struck off to Cameron County for itself and other taxing jurisdictions.
We have a motion by Mr. Powers.
we approve, right?
Yeah, approve them.
Second motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion by Mr. Powers, second by Dr. Pettis. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item 14B, consider employment of teachers and other professional staff.
I'd like to move approval of the employment of teachers and other professional staff as recommended by administration.
We have a motion by Dr. Reiniger,
Javier, second.
a second by Mr. Javier de Leon. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 14C, consider superintendent summative evaluation.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the superintendent's summative evaluation as discussed in executive session.
We have a motion by Mr. Powers,
Second.
second by Dr. Reiniger. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. We are now adjourned.